Should be live. Welcome to another Invertebrate Dude live stream. Just doing maintenance on my collection here. And I thought I'd test out my ring light and get this live stream going. And we'll see if it works well. Hopefully you guys can see kind of what I'm working with. And yeah, hopefully you can hear me too. I do have the air filter running. I could turn it off, but it'd get really stuffy in here and really hot. So, because it is kind of circulating the air. So, I'm going to keep it on. Hopefully, you can still hear me. But, yeah, just let me know in the comments. But, yeah, so doing maintenance right now. These are my Porcellio expansus stack here. So, this is the white skirts. Hey, Tennyson. Hey, look what I'm doing maintenance on right now. Oh, that's good. That's decent quality. Hopefully that's showing up on your guys' end as well. But yeah, taking care of the white skirt expanses right now, along with all my other expanses. But yeah, I just figured I'd try this live stream out with the new phone, new ring light, and phone stand that comes with it. So hopefully this is an upgrade from my previous live streams. Alright, well, I guess I'll probably do it one at a time, stack them one at a time so you guys can see better. Alright, and then these are the Porcellio expansus orange skirts. Orange skirts. But, yeah, these guys are really beautiful. Yeah, the white skirts are doing very well, Tennyson. They're breeding. Like, they bred immediately, and those babies are growing up very nicely. Haven't noticed any die-offs, so, yeah. Kyle needs to send my Narja. I know, yeah, he needs to send those higher orange expanses. That'd be pretty cool. Although I don't know how they compare to mine in terms of coloration. Supposedly more vibrant, but I mean with the beta carotene rich cichlid pellets, or as I like to say, chicklid pellets. Pretty high orange. I'm trying to figure out where the focus is. There it is. Yeah, so some of them, that one not so much, but I think it really just depends on how much beta carotene they're getting, how much of the pellets they're eating, individual to individual. But yeah, they're pretty nice. That male is a stunner. So yeah, these guys doing well. The only ones that are not doing super well were the witch's potion expansus, but I did just see babies from those recently. I'm pretty sure the reason expansives have done well for me sometimes and not others is just temperature. Like I noticed these, yeah, the Europods are sick. Hey, Isopod, nice to see you here. But I did notice that these guys have done great, and the entire time I've had them like in the back of one of my lowest shelves, and it stays cooler there than the rest of the room. And these were the only expanses that were doing well for me for a while. And the white skirts I had up on a higher shelf, and they did poorly compared to these, and then ended up dying out. The witch's potion I almost lost, and again they were on a warmer shelf, and so now I'm just thinking that they just don't like it that warm, and I've moved them all to a lower, cooler area in the room, and they seem to be doing better. Certainly the white skirts I got from you, Tennyson, are popping off, and the witch's potion, is it witch's potion? I always get it confused. I think witch's brew, yeah, witch's brew is the Porcellio ornatus, right? And then witch's potion is orange expansus here. But, I mean, these are orange skirts. These are from the same line as... In fact, my orange skirts are het for Witch's Potion. They still throw them out sometimes. So, you know, they should do just fine. But these have done much poorer compared to the orange skirts that were on a lower shelf. So now that I have these in a cooler spot, I am hoping they will do better. And I did just see some babies recently. So, yeah. Should hopefully get a nice colony of these, a thriving colony started up soon. That's why, unfortunately, not sure what it was, but maybe Ricketettia. Yeah, I think I have had Ricketettia problems with these as well, although they have now gotten over that. So yeah, hoping they pop off. But yeah, Ricketettia, I've been having a lot of issues with that. I stopped sterilizing my leaf litter, and look what happens. That's what happens. I get Ricketettia nonstop. Some people have all the luck, man. I don't know how some people don't sterilize anything and never have any issues, but like every time I forego it, something pops up. At least the Ricketettia, they can kind of get over it. The isopods, they build an immunity to it. I've had lots of colonies get it, and then they get over it. But like entomophagus fungus for roaches and stuff, like if they get that from the leaf litter, like you have to go through lengths to get that stuff cured. So it is very annoying. But yeah, okay, that should be enough. I'll miss that side a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know how people do it. Died off in a similar way to the Flavocinctus that were affected, yeah. Ricketettia, it's basically like porcelain disease, but the terrestrial isopod version of it. It's not exactly porcelain disease, but it kind of has similar effects. Turns them white, makes their exoskeletons, it seems to make them a little thinner, brittle. I think they have, and then so it's a double-edged sword there. They seem to, it almost looks like they get dehydrated really quickly. But ironically, keeping them drier is what kind of helps cure colonies of it, so yeah, it kind of sucks. But let's get those moved over. But yeah, you'll get Ricketettia from using unsterilized leaf litter or other materials, and then usually leads to high die-offs. And usually a small portion of individuals will survive it, and then once those ones breed, they tend to get like cured. They build up an immunity to it, but not fun. So these are not Porcellio, Pseudoglomerus semisulcata. So these are the Brachypteris Pseudoglomerus species, and I'm having the males mature out. I've had a bunch of females mature out, and they're all fine. The males are all coming out with janky wings, though, which is a bummer. Like, they're fine, they're healthy, they're going to be able to breed. I will get a next generation, probably. But I really wanted at least one male that's photo-worthy, so I can show people what these, look like. But all my males are coming out with janky wings. Don't know if the temperature rise was too sudden, or I think I may be keeping them a little too dry. So I have been upping the air humidity in there, but they're still coming out with messed up wings, so it may have been too little too late on that, but they're doing fine. So these are all F1 adults. There's still a few that haven't matured yet, but for the most part, they are maturing out, so I should have another generation of those soon. And that's great, because I think I'm the only person in the US with these. So, yeah. And the story of their acquisition is pretty funny. They were given to me by someone who brought them in, right? But their package was seized by customs. And yet, these were still left inside the box for some reason, but it was only 4 females, and they were probably not, he didn't think they were bred, so he just sent them over to me. And then, wouldn't you know it, they were all adult females, and they were wild caught, and they gave birth. So, I don't know why customs let them through, but they got through, and they ended up breeding, so that's really funny. So, yeah, hopefully my colony will establish pretty well. This coming generation should be more offspring that I can finally start selling off. But yeah, the males normally look kind of like a horseshoe crab, rove beetle. I don't know if you guys know what those look like, but that's what the males look like. But all their wings are coming out kind of meh. But I mean, they're healthy, and all the females are coming out perfectly fine. So they should breed. So should have those established here in the U.S. pretty soon. Another Pseudoglomerus to pick from. A diapause requiring one, it seems, but I might be able to break that in the future. What are these? Ricketettia Monte Verde. Oh, yeah. There's a small, Elapigia nymph in there, and I was like, what the heck is that? Yeah, no, these are the Monte Verde, the high red Eurycotis. Although these are still nymphs. From Mason, I'm expecting a package with more of these from him soon. But, really pretty, cute little guys. But, that's too much apple. Let's go make a little. That should be fine. New bin. Some of the substrate's molding a little bit, but that's fine. I don't know if I put springtails in here yet. So let me know if you guys can hear me, by the way. I don't know how loudly I have to talk over the air filter running in the background, which I need on, or else it would get way too hot and stuffy in here very quickly. Alright, what do we got here? These are my Cementa, conservarium. Let's put a little bit more dog food in there. These guys are a treat. But hopefully coming in perfectly clear. Yay! But yeah, these guys do well for me, like on and off. Like I'll get some and then they'll do fine and then they just start not doing so well. I think my colony recently kind of got a bacterial infection of some sort. Still not sure what or from what, because I mean everything in here has been sterilized. But I got some ick. But I got more from Mason at Exotic Wilderness, and I'm hoping that if I just keep throwing more at them, they'll overcome whatever ick they got. Not the best strategy, not the smartest strategy. Smartest strategy would just be to start up an entirely new culture. But, I mean, the die-offs have kind of stopped, so I think we might be getting through it. I'm also keeping them a little bit drier than I was before. And not super hot. I think I was also keeping them just a little too warm. But yeah. Alright, let's get apple, maybe a little bit more apple. Alright. I can't even lift this one. It's too heavy. This is my Hemi-leopistus Pavlovsky setup, which I just put in some new clay in here. I don't like to do this, but I did dig up the female, which is underneath this hide, a few days ago, and I found her. She's gravid, should have, heavily gravid, so she should have babies here soon. And then there's a male in here somewhere as well. But yeah, I had a group, it was like 8 adults in here. Captive bred and born adults. Well, I guess captive, well, the first generation I got is like sub-adults. So I guess their offspring were kind of, they bred in captivity, they didn't come gravid. Anyways, F1 adults in here, right? Second generation F1 adults. Had about 8, and I moved them to this big bin. And they still killed each other down to a single pair. So it seems like these you cannot keep in more than like a pair. It got down to a couple males and a couple females, and I would have thought that like a harem would have been acceptable, but I guess the females kill each other too for space, and kind of makes sense with desert species, you know, being a little bit more territorial. They have to compete for resources. But still, really annoying. So that's 2 generations in a row that this has happened. So the fact that I was able to get from baby to adult, to me indicates that my husbandry is fine. They're just so territorial that I have to isolate them as pairs into their own enclosures. Even in a setup like this, multiple different hides, multiple different moisture gradients, and they're still killing each other. So that sucks. So now I'm back to square one where I started with just a pair, but whatever. Hopefully, let me give some pellets. Hopefully, this next generation, once this female gives birth, which she should soon because she's bursting, Wish I could show you them, but they're all hiding. Hopefully once she gives birth and those offspring make it to a sexable size, which they don't really start killing each other till they get to a sexable size, then I will sex them out, split them into pairs. Each pair gets its own enclosure, and we'll go from there. But it is annoying that I have been set back again. But a proof of concept, my care seems fine. Husbandry regime seems fine. I just need to isolate them into pairs. So that's really so annoying. But yeah, we'll see. See where that goes. One positive side effect that could happen from this, though, is 2 generations. That's 2 generations of sibling to sibling inbreeding. Because all these adults came from a single brood from one female. So 2 generations sibling to sibling breeding. Not ideal for genetic diversity, but they should be fine. I doubt that would cause defects this early on, but with isopods, and especially with isopods, it doesn't seem to be a deal. The one side effect that isopods commonly exhibit from such inbreeding, though, is the popping up of morphs. A lot of recessive traits come out. So maybe this generation I'll have Dalmatian or orange Hemi-leopistus pavlovsky popping up, which would be pretty crazy. But we'll see. I have seen orange Pavlovsky for sale in China before, so if I could get some captive produced ones, that would be pretty awesome. And now that I know to split them into pairs, should make things easier. So yeah, hopefully next gen I can start offering these. But for now, it is what it is. Now, onto the rack. We haven't even started on the rack today. Alright, let's see. Can I see the comments from here? I don't know how to access the comments. I think the part where I can access the comments is hidden by the phone holder. So, oh well. That's annoying. These are my Quecabria tenebricosa springtail colony. Tried out this sponge filter because I've seen some people using sponge filter as a hide source for springtails. I don't think I got the right kind, though. It's too smooth. I don't seem to want to be on it. There's one hisser in there to give them frass to eat. Alright. My flathorn hisser colony. These guys, I still need to mesh this bin instead of this pinhole ventilation. But, these guys, they just don't want to do well for me compared to my other hissers. I mean, I got some broods developing right now. I don't even see them. Oh, there you go. Okay, so there's some babies. And then some Euthalastoblatta abortiva. But they're just not popping off yet. I'm not really sure what. I think maybe upgrading their ventilation might give them that boost they need, because they seem to like things really dry. And the air humidity in here might just be a tad too high for them. But, I don't know. These guys not popping off to where I would like it to be. I don't think I've ever sold a group of Ailuropoda and Sinus, which is insane. They're supposed to be one of the more prolific hissers. But I just have enough to self-sustain my colonies and to use males in weird hybrid projects. That's been it so far. Maybe that's my karmic, the karma coming back to get me for making hybrids with them in the first place. Alright, these are my Elliptrina davidi, also kind of not really popping off. I did upgrade their mesh recently, and I'm keeping them real hot, like Kyle suggests, so hopefully they'll do something. But, they haven't so far. I mean, these are adults of my own creation. Like, I got a few from Kyle, and then they bred, and these are the resulting adults, but, they're not really making the babies. A couple of gravid females in here, really fat, but not seeing any babies yet from this generation. But hopefully a matter of time. these are at least a species that's known to be finicky, so I don't feel as bad for not having a big colony of them yet. Alright, get that moist side sprayed down. Just need some pumping. Alright, that should be good. That's better. Alright. Oi! Oops, sorry. These, I need to redo my Entomobria unistrigata. They got predatory mites, so I need to set up a new culture ASAP, which is an annoyance. But oh well. These are my... There's a nymph on the lid. These are my Princessia Vanware Becky Andromeda X Big Black stock. This is my colony of holdbacks, but yes, that's a pretty nice male in terms of the patterning. Pretty good. Pretty consistent. Nice horns on him too. So this is a coloration we're breeding for. The female's a little less consistent. I mean, we got like this. This is one of the new ones. Is it? I think so. I think this is from generation I produced. It's pretty nice. But then we have ones that are popping up that are a little lower expression. I'm a little iffy on whether I'm keeping in the project or not, like this one. Still got decent side striping, but it doesn't go all the way through like it does on this female. But these are still closer, and some Andromeda females would pop up with this type of marking. So it's not completely inconsistent with that line. Which, I mean, we're trying to breed for the most like Andromeda-like genetics in these. At least that's what I'm doing. So yeah, this one I might not keep that one around, but this one's looking good. This one's from last generation, but she's still looking good. This one, really nice marking on this. Oh, can I see the comments? There we go. Nice roaches. I have 6 giant Madagascar roaches. Thanks for showing. Oh, no problem. Thank you for watching. But yeah, this is that's a nice female for sure. Nice striping there. So that's kind of what we're going for with the Andromeda X Big Black line. Because we couldn't get pure Andromedas breeding for us for some reason, so we had to cross them with the Big Blacks, which is a pure species cross, just a locality cross, really, is all it is. But so I'm going for that stripy coloration. And these guys like it more humid than most other hissers. Certainly more than Elliptorhino or Aloropsis. So you make sure to really spray them down. Alright. Need another apple. That should be pretty good. Alright. Next up, Elliptorhina lavigata. These guys breed on and off for me. It's been a while since I had my last brood, but then again, I did just get a new flush of adults, so here's hoping these take off. But these are some seriously massive hissers. I mean, definitely is like the largest Elliptorhina, but just as far as hissers go, these guys are pretty big. Look at that coloration too. These guys are stunning. variable in coloration too, but I really love these high orange females. So good. Let's take forever all those pinholes. Yeah. Yeah, I did. And that's why I'm switching to mesh ventilation. You see that? That's nice. But in doing so, I'm gluing up all these. So not only did it take me so long to do this, to make these holes, but once I switched over to mesh, I glue up the holes. So that also takes forever. So I'm kind of doubling my work so that I can salvage these enclosures and not have to throw them all out, because that would be wasteful. But yeah, these guys are super cool. Really hoping for some more breeding action from them. I mean, there are mixed sizes in here, but I would like more babies. Oh, and these haven't even... Do I have these on the site yet? Maybe not. These are Blaberus. Which ones are these? I have a few. These are the Blaberus dilatatus. So these are from California, from Bakersfield, California. A fairly large and broad species of micro darkling. But I had very few of these left, but a lot of these micro darklings do really well with hissers, so I threw these into this Elliptorhina bin, and lo and behold, went from like 5 to... There's at least a dozen adults in here right now, but so they're starting to pop off. So I should make these available soon. Yeah, another little darkling for the hobby. And I don't really know how humid these guys want it. I just keep 1/3 of their substrate moist, but I don't know if I should increase that or decrease it. Still fiddling about with that, trying to figure out what they like most. And now that they have the mesh, their enclosure dries out a little bit faster, which may or may not be a good thing. We will see. Did I give them dog food? Looks like it. There's dog food in there. Alright. Need to work out more. Getting too old for this. Alright, so these are my Princessia coronata. That's promising. That might mean eggs. Let me check it out here real quick. Not seeing any. They laid like 9 eggs, and then they stopped. It was like one batch of 9 eggs, and then they haven't reproduced again since. I'm trying to figure out... I mean, they might just need time in between to develop the eggs because they're so big, but kind of thought they'd be a little bit more prolific. But I have 8 larvae isolated right now, and they're doing pretty well. But yeah, would like to see some more larvae and eggs being produced. Guess I'll just need to be more patient. But yeah, these are the big urchin, aka radiant sun darklings. These guys are enormous. They are huge, so big and spiny. So cool. Love these guys. Dream darkling of mine for years, and now I finally have them. So here's hoping I can rear some to adulthood. That would be insane. But yeah, these guys, super cool. And they'll kind of eat a little bit of anything that's protein based. Put some of those there for them as well. But they really seem to like the cut up roaches too. But yeah, here's hoping those take off. Speaking of roaches, what do we got here? We got Gyna capucina, the pink roaches. Oh, there we go, there's a nice, not so nice, but fairly fresh female. Love these guys, super cool. I'm surprised she's being so calm. This is actually kind of crazy. Look at that. Real nice. But yeah, these guys, because the females can get stressed out by the nymphs sometimes, for these I have like, you know, containers of dirt above the other containers, so like sometimes the females will go in here, and especially if they're brooding, they'll just hunker down in here instead of in the substrate with the nymphs, because the nymphs can't climb, so they can't get into this. And I seem to have had success doing that, using that method. I think Alan's the one who recommended that to me. I think so. But yeah. These I need to mesh up to. There's a lot. I've just been slowly going through, and basically whenever a culture needs revamped, when I revamp their setup is when I decide to change it to mesh. And any new setups that I make for new things I get are, you know, starting off with the mesh ventilation. Because I don't like the pinholes, because it lets things get out. Usually not what I'm trying to contain. I poke the holes to the size that I need, but Compsodies, micro roaches, etc., that's how they're getting between enclosures, is by hopping through these holes. The ones I got from you are doing very well. A few egg crates the adults hang out on. Yeah, they like that. Oh, I don't know if you saw that male try to get out. Get back in there. But, yeah, the adult Gyna will definitely take advantage of above ground hides. I don't really need it. And for these guys, I don't bother. These Gyna sculpturata. They'll just climb on the sides of their containers if they need to. And they don't seem to be as picky. Oh, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, I got him! Yeah, these guys can fly very well. But can I get a good up close? Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, the rosy pink roaches. These guys are brand new to the hobby. Well, okay, I say brand new. What, like 20... Oh god, like 2018, 2019? That's a while ago. Never mind. I'm old. Ugh. Hey, Behidjager. Nice seeing you. Yeah, nice catch. Yeah, I can't believe I caught that guy midair. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. Well, as far as Gyna go, these are the newest Gyna. Like 2017, 2018, I think, is when they first got here. My friend got them like around 2019, 2020. And he introduced them to the hobby. I think the story with these was he got contacted by some random guy who got these in with a lizard import and didn't really, you know what to do with them or what they were. And just sent them to my buddy, and he bred them and got them established in the hobby. So, super cool. Is that enough? Yeah, that's enough food. That's enough. Ugh. Alright. Next stack. Alright, what is in here? These are just rehoused. And there's still Pyralis. I hate you so much. These meal moths are the bane of my existence. God, die, all of you. Gosh. Worst. The worst. I didn't mind them for a while when they were only in a few enclosures, but now that they're in like everything, they're so annoying. But these are my Aernavaga tonqua, which unlike me do not give a flying F about the Pyralis. So there's that at least. Yeah, this is my pretty typical Aernavaga setup. Some mesh ventilation. So this is the new standard. This was the old standard. Oh, a lot of holes. A lot of tiny holes. Too tiny for Aernavaga nymphs to get out of. Compsodies sure can travel between them, though. There's definitely Compsodies in here that I didn't put in here originally. But Yeah, look at that. These are Aranavaga species. Oh no, Aranavaga hopkinsorum, officially Hopkinsorum pina blanca. These are a darker Aranavaga species. Male's got some nice dark modeling on them. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty nice. I like these guys. Pretty hardy, easy Aranavaga species. A lot of these smaller Arizonian ones are. These are X. cubaris benetensis, but I think they're actually a Venezillo species. I don't know if that means that it's going to be Venezillo benetensis or if they're not actually Cubaris benetensis. I'm actually a little unclear on that. But they're Venezillo something. Venezillo from Yuma, Arizona. Very cute. Let's see if I can show some up close to the camera. Yeah. Just kind of a derpy, simple looking isopod, but white. But this is not like a abnormal color morph or anything. This is just their actual wild type coloration. Because the dusty, sandy dirt they're found on is actually pretty light in color, so being white is not really disadvantageous. This actually helps them blend in. Alright, and then these are the Eucyrapha pacifica. Was going to sleep, but maybe I'll do some maintenance watches. Hey, yeah. Yes, stay Behedger. Get my view hours up. No pressure. Yes, and they are adorable little guys, those Venezillo for sure. Underrated native isopods. Which I hear the white Venezillo from California are actually a different species than those Yuma ones. For anyone wondering. So don't mix them. These are my Eucyrapha pacifica / Dermestes ader / Pyralis farinalis / Compsotes Schwartzeben. Supposed to just be Eucyrapha. So few native pods, yes, but I know someone who's, I know at least a couple people are working on changing that. There are more native pods than we think, actually. It's just most of them are undescribed and have very small ranges and are actively being outcompeted by the invasive ones. But still, there's some new ones I've been shown recently that are really cool, so hopefully those get described soon. Can I even give these food? Yo, chat, did I even feed the Eucyrapha? I did. Okay. I did. Wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was taller. Oops. Alright, more Pyralis and frickin' Ford flies. Bane of my existence, I tells ya. Okay. Nothing from these yet. These are Gromphidorhino Massachuala females that I put in with male Elliptorhina levigata to try to hybridize the two and prove whether or not Elliptorhina and whether or not Elliptorhina can cross with anything other than Elliptorhina, to be honest. So yeah, just some standard hissers, but trying to make something neat with them. We'll see if any of them actually pop. A lot of them look gravid, but a couple have aborted their roots, so I don't know, man. Those two genera might not be able to cross. Elliptorhina might not be able to cross with anything, which would be so weird. Because phylogenetically speaking, I'm pretty sure Elliptorhina were placed closer to Gromphidorhina than like Ailuropoda to Gromphidorhina or Ailuropoda to Princessia. And yet Ailuropoda and Princessia readily hybridize with not only each other but also with Gromphidorhina. So I don't know, kind of weird. I don't know what's going on there. But that's why I'm trying to cross them and see what's the haps. What can even cross with each other? And it did. Gromphidorhina portentosa, Cleveland aquarium stock. These guys have not bred in a hot minute, and I would like that to change. And there's a lot of them in here, but they're all adults. All adults. Also some Blaberus fortis micro darklings in here from Alabama. But they don't want to come out. Can I show off a nice male? Are there any nice males left? Are they all freaking beta males? Small beta males? Mostly. Alright, well, I mean, this one's not too bad. Still very pretty. This is a pure 1972 Cleveland aquarium stock. Gromphidorana portentosa. Pure old hobby stock hissers. These are really nice. They're also really slow breeding compared to some of the other pure portentosa lines. For me, at least. I might just need to keep them a little bit more humid. I'm kind of starting to think that might be what it is. So that's what I'm doing. And we'll see if that fixes it. This needs more air pressure. Nine those. Yeah. I am a baller for sure. I didn't even know if you guys could hear that. Yeah, I haven't had these on the website for a bit because since the last time they gave birth. And it's just a bunch of adults, and I don't like shipping hisser adults because, well, it depends. Sometimes shipping adults is fine. Definitely, the thing is, all these adult females are like super duper gravid looking. I don't like shipping super duper gravid looking females. That can cause them to abort. Hissers in general are pretty resilient though. So ones that don't look like they're about to burst, like a sausage like this, probably okay to ship. I have shipped adult females that didn't look particularly gravid, and they do just fine, and they breed afterwards. So it's not a huge deal, but. And then adult males don't give a they don't care whether you ship them. So, but yeah, gravid, heavily gravid looking adult female blaberids of any kind. I'm not a huge fan of shipping because it can cause problems. But yeah, babies are best. So hopefully I have babies soon. Hey, these are pretty rare. These are Blaberus parabolicus, old hobby stock. Well, Blaberus parabolicus. I don't know if any hobby Blaberus are parabolicus. I don't even think the Colombian ones are. But those are at least closer to parabolicus than these are. These are probably, honestly, just like Discoidalis or Atropus. I think that Blaberus Atropus might be like one of the only valid species within that family, within that species group. Because like Blaberus Discoidalis, Atropus, boliviensis, and these quote-unquote parabolicus from the old hobby stock, they all look so similar. Just slight pronotum differences, but like morphology-wise, they look very similar. They can all hybridize readily. So like, I don't know. It could just be a species complex, but it could just be a complex species, Could just be one. So I don't know, but no one wants to touch Blaberus with a 9-foot pole in terms of taxonomy research, because it's a difficult group to work with, and you'd need to probably, the whole genus needs revision. So it's a lot of work and not easy work. So yeah. So for now, these are just Blaberus parabolicus, old hobby stock. So I think I'm the only one in the US that has a breeding colony of these. I did just send some to Kyle. Kyle also had some last remaining ones from my friend Brandon, who I got mine from originally. So me and Kyle, the only ones in the US who have these. Hopefully both of ours will, mine are breeding. So, and I have a bunch more subadults that are about to mature. So I will be making these available this year for sure. And hopefully maybe Kyle will too, because I just sent him some pairs as well. Alright, they're probably gonna want more food than that. Maybe a little bit more. Apple. But yeah, these, a lot of the Blaberus, especially the Atropus species group Blaberus, so Discoidalis, Atropus, boliviensis, all them, Hey, Sig. Hi. They like pretty dry conditions. I spray down this like quarter of the setup, and it dries out a bit in between waterings, and that's how they seem to like it. Decent ventilation too. But yeah, they definitely don't like super humid conditions. Atropus can handle higher humidity, but they also do well dry. Okay. Alright, we got here. So this is a male. Okay. We got here a male Principata planetigris. These are my paper tiger hybrids between flathorn hissers, Ailuropoda insinus, and tiger hissers, Princessia van Marbecki. But Kyle made these in the past, and they came out way less orange. I don't know why mine are so high orange. It's very pretty, but I do want some with this phenotypical look, the morphology, but I want them with the normal tiger coloration. So here's a tiger female. I'm back crossing them. The tiger female, pure tiger female, paper tiger male. So we'll see what the offspring of this cross, this back cross looks like. Hopefully more cream colored abdomens and the same kind of flat look that you get from mixing them with the flathorns. So I think what it is a mixture of the tiger females that I used for the initial cross were just kind of not very, they were kind of orangey in color, but also my Ailuropoda are like really red. I've been looking at other people's Ailuropoda, and a lot of theirs are more black. Mine are like really high red. So I don't know what's going on with that. But that might be influencing the coloration of my crosses with them, which would in some cases be fine, but for what I specifically wanted the tiger to flathorn cross to be, not quite what I was expecting. Alright, and then there's going to be nymphs all over. No? Oh, just a couple here. Okay. There's one. So these are okay, how many species are in here? 3. It's Elliptorina chophardi, the dwarf hissers, a Gymnoplaneta semivida, Gisborne cockroach, and what is it? Nocibiotes granulatus from Yuma, Arizona, another small darkling beetle species. What have you missed? Random isopod and roach maintenance, and I guess the Prinotheca coronata. So these are, that's the Elliptorina chophardi nymph. And then a bunch of Gymnoplaneta nymphs. And these guys have been doing really well. Arguably, possibly the quickest and best I have set up a Gymnoplaneta colony so far. So that's cool. These Gymnoplaneta come from, they were collected originally from Laguna Beach, California. It's a fairly new established population there. They are not native to the US. They're native to Australia, but they have become invasive in New Zealand. I've seen a sighting of them from, I think, Tanzania, Africa? Somewhere in Africa, maybe the Cape, which was thought to be erroneous, but I'm kind of thinking they probably are just invasive there. And now the U.S. has Gymnoplaneta semivida established in California, so that's pretty cool. Okay, hold on, here's some adults. Show those off without too many nymphs trying to get out. There we go. So those are adult. That's an adult Gymnoplaneta semivida. And here's an adult Elliptorina chophardi. Dwarf hisser. Yeah. Oh, look, and you can kind of see the beetles too, the micro darklings. So there's all the 3 species in this enclosure together. Lovely. Look at that. Nothing to be scared holding the egg crate or the carpet. Listen, I'm at the point where enough random crap falls out and gets out onto the carpet. It's so dry here, anything that escapes these enclosures dies in a few days, so it doesn't matter. And also, I mean, the Gymnoplaneta aren't the most jumpy of species. But yeah, I'm kind of past the point of caring if one or two roach nymphs abandon ship. There's also a extremely healthy population of Steatoda, and then there's another hackle mesh weaver, some other sort of spider. There's like hundreds of them in my room, so feeding off of forward flies, pyralis moths, and also anything that happens to get out while I do maintenance. So there's a little ecosystem based around things being, you know, escaping from enclosures in this room. Yeah, mostly the pyralis and the forward flies, though. Because again, I mean, I am moving towards micro mesh ventilation, so stuff can't get out. I like using these for things that are important. Obviously, my hister enclosures, anything that I'm worried about potentially hybridizing if there was cross-contamination, is in very escape-proof enclosures. So I take containment seriously in that regard. But yeah, one or two Drimoplaneta nymphs falling onto the floor wouldn't be the worst thing. Alright, this is my Eustagasta buprestoides setup. These guys are probably not going to be shown on camera very well because they're all, they're very flighty. Maybe I'll show off one. But these are the metallic... What was the name I settled on? Jade? Four-spotted jade roaches? I think that's what we settled on. Very pretty species. These guys were on my wish list forever. I was like pining after these for so long. They're in the European hobby. First, a Scottish hobbyist got them from a friend of his. I went on vacation to Africa and brought a single female back. So all the hobby stock comes from a single wild-caught female that then gave birth. That Scottish person sold them to a person in the UK. They sold them to several other European breeders. They got established there, and then they finally made it over to the US. And yeah, these guys are a pleasure to work with. Is there one right there? There, you can kind of see. Very pretty. That's a male. And, well, there's more. More males. That one's trying to get out. Yeah, these guys. I do have a little bit of a silicone oil barrier around the rim here, but it's kind of wearing thin, I think. Let me see if I can show off a female. Because the males are pretty. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're pretty, but they're very flighty and also darker, much darker green than the females. Any females I can show off? Huh? Any volunteers? You know, usually a couple females will come to the surface while I'm doing this. Doing maintenance, but not this time. But yeah, hopefully you guys can see at least a little bit how pretty these guys are. Wait, hold on. There we go, there's a girl. There's a girl. Maybe I can just get her to sit on the rim here. Nope. Instantly tried to get it. Okay, well. I saw her go back in here, I just don't know where. Oh, there she is. Can I hold you for just a teeny bit so I could show the people? No? No? Okay. Here you go. Alright. This is not really going to show her well, but just show the coloration off. See the blue on the abdomens? That doesn't really show up well on camera because usually their abdomens are tucked underneath, but you can see iridescent blue on the abdomen and beautiful, very vibrant green wings. Let me see if I can just grab her by the wings, maybe. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, look at that. Absolute beautiful, beautiful roaches. Oh, they're so cool. And they fly very well. But alright, let's throw her back in there. Got these guys fed and watered. Yeah, definitely some of my favorite roaches. So pretty. They're so much prettier in person too. And I was waiting a very long time to get them, so Definitely was worth the wait, but the wait makes them more valuable to me. Alright, what are these? What are these? What are those? Well, these are my plum. I don't know what happened. I moved the plum Masawala to a 5-gallon bin, and all of a sudden they stopped breeding. Which is like, what? Excuse me? You should breed better when you're in a bigger bin. But these are my plum project, Grumpfordorina portentosa Masawala. So it's locality, stock, and a color morph. And they're like a purplish, reddish, dark color. Honestly, the color of a plum is how I would best what I would compare them to. So that's why I went with the name plum. Of course, not really showing up very well in this lighting. They kind of just look brown. But yeah, cool dark color form. I don't know why they stopped breeding when I moved them to a 5-gallon. Seems counterintuitive. But hopefully, again, these guys, I might just need to up their humidity too. Finding Grumpfordorina portentosa might want a little bit more humidity than I originally thought. Especially when they're so well ventilated like they are in this bin. Yeah, hopefully these guys start breeding again soon so I can offer them up publicly. It's a really pretty color form. But yeah, I need them to breed. So, hopefully they will. This bin, gonna be freaking forehead heaven in here. Blech. Blech. Hold on, I see a comment. There are a few species. Genetic bottlenecking a concern in that situation. Not for most invertebrates, especially a lot of roaches. I have a whole blog post on it on my website, actually, about inbreeding and why it's not a problem. Well, let me just see this question as well. Ever have mold issues in my bins? Yes. Like, not serious mold issues. If I have mold, I dump in springtails, and I have a lot of springtails and orbated mites in a lot of my setups, and that usually keeps mold to a minimum. Pretty interesting. I hear people freaking out when colonies are started. Yeah, so regarding the inbreeding, part of why it's not a huge issue with insects, I don't know if you can see the cloud of forward flies that is emerging from this enclosure, but it is horrid. Forward flies and pyralis moths are the bane of my existence. These are pure Princessia van Becky 2017 Cape Cod roaches stock, the big black phenotype. Just standard. These haven't been selected for any specific colorations. They're just what they look like. So yeah, these are pretty nice. There are several different variations in color, and I'm working on isolating true breeding cultures of many of the different color forms. Anyways, though, regarding inbreeding, a big part of why that's not a problem for invertebrates is, well, first of all, they have a lot more offspring than vertebrates do. So not only is there a lot more genetic material being pumped out, but also the generational turnaround time is a lot quicker. And so you'll get a lot of staggered generations. Even if you start with only like a small group of individuals, there's a potential for a lot of colony cultured invertebrates to you have a big generational overlap. You'll have parents with their grandparents, with their nieces and nephews and cousins and everything. The genetic bottleneck can kind of it diversifies a little bit. Not like true genetic diversity, but it's not like sibling to sibling inbreeding over multiple generations. Usually it becomes like, oh my, cousin to cousin, second cousin to second cousin, because there's such a genetic, a generational overlap. And that's partly because they produce so much offspring, and they tend to produce offspring quicker. and more times in their life than, say, most vertebrates. So that's one thing. Second is a lot of mutations and deformities that would arise because of inbreeding in invertebrates tend to just straight up be fatal. And while that might seem like a bad thing, what that does is usually it's fatal before the individual even reaches adulthood. So what'll happen is if there's any individuals that are like seriously deformed as a result of inbreeding, in invertebrates, usually they will die before they even have a chance to pass those genes on. So they kind of self-cull in that regard. Now, there are some genetic mutations that can arise that are not inherently fatal. Whether you allow those to continue in your colony is, I guess, up to the keeper. Generally, if I see something that looks pretty deformed and I see a trend that more individuals are popping up like that, you just feed those individuals off, you cull them somehow, and that usually solves your issues. Because once those genetics have stopped being passed on, usually what you're left with is the healthiest and most genetically fit individuals left in the colony actually surviving to adulthood to breed and pass their genes on. And then from there, you know, if healthy genes are being bred to healthy genes, usually it's not a big issue. So those two things help really prevent a lot of problems that are associated with inbreeding in invertebrates. And I think in general, they just are more resistant to genetic bottlenecking. And again, because there are so many stocks of roaches and some isopods and even some beetles that are like, we're literally assassin bugs too, like Pistala horrida, the horrid king assassin that was started, all hobby stock started from a single female, single wild female. So there are a lot of stocks in the hobby that started from single wild caught females or pairs, maybe even like half a dozen wild individuals, but still, even that few is still pretty inbred, you know, genetically. But it hasn't really posed a problem for a lot of those species. And the truth is, it's really not much of an issue with invertebrates. The only time inbreeding is ever really an issue is when it is multi-generational, sibling to sibling. Then you can start having a lot of issues popping up, especially with species that don't have a lot of overlapping generations. So things like tarantulas, mantids, a lot of the stuff that is like predatory and you have to keep separately from each other, that people will only keep a few of each generation, you know, they only keep a few holdbacks, because like if you kept every single offspring that your mantid, even a single female mantid produces, that's hundreds of deli cups often. So that becomes unmanageable, and so people only keep like 15 or 20 of them for themselves. But if those all happen to be siblings from the same ooth, and then you breed those back to each other, and you keep doing that for multiple generations, then you can start having problems with inbreeding. So that is a problem. But yeah, not for most colony cultured invertebrates like roaches, isopods, a lot of beetles, you know, assassin bugs, etc. Usually inbreeding not an issue, and there are so many stocks in captivity that are decades old that were only started from single females and are still trucking right along. So yeah. On your website, you're saying I'm a vulgaire that are isolated from a single pregnant female from Walmart. Yeah, those were pretty neat. Let me ask my room humidity, Behigiger. Let me check right now. Okay, right now it's 55, but usually it's like 30. Okay, it's 55 because I'm actively misting enclosures right now, but usually it sits around like 35 to 40%. And hey, I got a cat that is fluffy. How you doing? Yeah, those Walmart Armadillidium are pretty cool because they've actually started throwing out Dalmatians, which is actually probably a result of inbreeding. Because that's the thing, inbreeding often increases the chance of recessive traits becoming, popping up and actually showing in your population. So the less inbred an isopod colony is, the less of a chance you're going to have of morphs popping up. Usually, when you have morphs popping up in a colony, it's because they're pretty inbred. And people like morphs, so technically you'd think more people in the isopod hobby would be like, oh, you know, inbreeding not only doesn't harm most isopods, but That's what tends to make morphs pop up. But Big Isopod wants you to keep getting more and more individuals from different sources for your colonies to improve your bloodlines, when in fact you're usually bastardizing them and mixing localities, losing unique features from specific localities and strains, etc. Speaking of bastardizing lines, here's my hybrid colony of the paper tigers. These are my holdbacks. These are the ones I'm breeding. So these are a cross between Ailuropoda insinus, flathorn hissers with tiger hissers. I made these on purpose for unique morphology and coloration combinations. If you make the hybrids or locality crosses on purpose and label them as such and correctly, and are specifically doing it to try to create something new and unique, then that's fine. That's fine. Ooh. Look at that. She tried to get out. How could she? I also have my Blaberus Atropus Shinigami pair in here. Well, it doesn't want to show up on camera. These guys are pretty cool. Actually, that male, his pronotum marking is not that black. Well, I guess it is a little. The female looks better from this line. Yeah, these are, which Kyle says if I keep these more humid, they will have a blacker pronotum. So that's what I'm going to do with the Blaberus Atropus, which is why this bin should be good for them, because I'm going to start keeping these a bit more humid as well, because I think they want it humid for breeding. They inherited the Princessia, the tiger genetics, in terms of wanting things more humid, I think. Yeah, but so this is a Blaberus Atropus Shinigami. So these are from the Wynwood, Florida Atropus line, specifically bred to have higher black pronotums, like with the that kind of like T-shaped marking or hammerhead shark marking kind of on the pronotum. Going for that. Kyle wants these. Kyle from Roach Crossing is the one who started isolating these. He's aiming for completely black pronotums. I don't know if that's possible, but I guess we'll see. And he says they come out darker with higher humidity, so I will try keeping these more humid and see how that goes. But still, even as is, pretty nice. But get that down there. That there's nymphs of those Blaberus in here, and I'm hoping the paper tigers will start breeding soon. Because I honestly, even though they weren't what I was trying to get out of this cross, I am very happy with the coloration on these, especially the more high orange individuals are actually very lovely. So I think I am pretty happy with this result, and we'll market these, obviously labeled properly. Really soak that up. Alright, and some more dog food. Bam. Oh! No! Disaster! No. Yeah, hopefully that's fine. Okay. These are also more paper tigers. These are from a different female that gave a different female tiger that gave birth to these than the one that gave birth to those ones I just showed. And I'm wondering if the offspring will mature to look any different, but from what I can tell, it looks like they're probably going to be the same. Same color, same everything. These I'll probably just feed off if they do look the same, because unless there's anything that speaks out to me about them. Yeah, okay, yeah, look, that's an adult. That's a fresh adult. If anything, these look darker than the other ones. Oh, is that a fresh adult? Or is that a sub-adult? Oh, that's an adult. That's an adult female. This one's actually darker. Huh. She's still teneral, though, so I won't use this as a final coloration. Yeah. Huh. Well, we'll see what that looks like fully hardened up, but these ones will probably get fed off. These are not going to be of interest to me, I'm thinking. I don't want to muddy the waters with the paper tigers as it is, so these will probably get fed off. But if anything interesting pops up, I will isolate it. Alright, that's the top shelf done. Woo! Ugh. Alright. Top shelf. That's not even... Wait, what? What have I done? Why did I put those... Mistake's been made. That's not how that's supposed to be. Come on, sorry. If that's supposed to be sideways, that's what happens. There we go. Bear with me. Putting things on, taking things on and off of this shelf is like playing Tetris. The way everything's arranged. Alright, anything from this one? Not yet. This is a Cleveland aquarium, Comfortarina portentosa female that I crossed with a male Princessia Andromeda X Big Black male. So, kind of interested to see how the Andromeda genetics would influence this species, this strain of portentosa. If they would be any interesting color variations that pop out, or if it's if it would make them even bigger. Would be neat. These are my long-winged Varia species Pachamahi. So long-winged domino roaches, basically. But, still nymphs. Still nymphs. That. These are my Euchoridia Westwoodi. I don't know if there are any adults in here right now to show. These guys are cool. What's that? That's a freshly... Oh, that's a freshly molted nymph. Oops. Like, what's that white thing? Is that mold? Nope, it's a nymph. Molting. I should know this by now. Alright, so these guys, I do give a little bit of this artificial pollen. Mostly for the adults, but I think the nymphs are eating it too, which, you know, whatever. Give them a little variety in their diet. Why not? Oh, there is an adult. Oh, she's gone. Gosh, there's a lot of nymphs in here, though. These guys have done very well for me. And I have not given them a diapause this year, so I'm hoping... I think I've broken the diapause requirement simply by having so many and overlapping generations. That it shouldn't matter if the adults come out at pretty staggered rates, because there's enough in here to guarantee there will be pairs maturing in sync. That female's gone. There's a... I was going to show her to you, but she decided to leave. Probably burrowed. Yeah, but there's a clump of nymphs at least. These are the heart flower roaches, but I mean, that's what they look like as nymphs. Not super colorful, though very cute and fluffy. But yeah, no. Oh well. Hopefully there will be more adults later in the coming months, and then I can show them off on a different stream. No! There's one of them. One of the Westwoodies. Okay. What do we got here? More hybrid hisser projects. This is... Oh, okay, finally this one's mature. There's a male Ailuropoda insinus to 2 female Principata... No, Princessia, mahogany tigris, the normal tiger hogs. So these are tiger hissers bred to mahogany portentosa. And so this would be a tribrid. And I did get babies from this female, but only a couple. And they reached like L4 and then died. So that was weird. But it looks like she's gravid again, really gravid. Hopefully she'll produce a bigger litter here soon. And I put in another female, and she's still teneral. She just molted to adulthood overnight. So 2 females, hopefully they will, at least one of them will give birth to healthy babies. So I really would like to see a tribrid that is intergeneric tribrid, 3 different hisser genera in one animal, and seeing what the babies of that cross would look like would be pretty cool. I think this female, what happened with those nymphs was I think they were born a little premature, and there were only a couple of them, so I think they just weren't healthy from the get-go. But hopefully a full brood from these would come out healthy and you know, could be very interesting looking. But you can see it though. Anything you cross with portentosa, especially if the mother is portentosa, really comes out just looking like portentosa. I mean, they're a little different than pure mahogany hissers, but still pretty portentosa-y. You know, you wouldn't look at that and guess that it was mixed with tiger hissers at all. So, portentosa genetics are strong. Very strong. Alright, what's in here? This is my... Okay, so that's a female Ailuropoda insinus, flathorn hisser. I got 2 of these with a tiny male Gramphidorina obligonota. This is a wide horn. Like, I've been showing off the major males in my colony for a bit, but this is what a minor male looks like. Look at this guy. Pathetic. Tiny little beta male. But the perfect size for crossing is something much smaller like these Ailuropoda insinus females. So I took him out of the obligonota colony and threw him in with these females. And they are in the enclosure of my Polyphaga obscura, which is also shared by, I guess, some Porcellio ornatus from a failed project. Supposedly high yellow, but those are definitely crossed with Nords, so those are gonna be probably cold here soon. Lots of ooths from the Polyphaga obscura, no babies yet. Crush these pyralis tubes. See if I can show off one of the Polyphaga females, though. These are Polyphaga from Turpan, Xinjiang, China, right? Xinjiang? Turpan City, I think Xinjiang, China. Yeah, these are cool sand roach species, parthenogenetic. Supposedly parthenogenetic. Supposedly. We'll see if these ooths ever hatch, but I think it's a parthenogenetic line. The person told me it was, but maybe they were wrong. But they're laying lots of ooths. It's only been like, what, 4 or 5 months? And some Polyphaga ooths take like 8 to hatch. So, not too concerned. But I would hope to start seeing babies hatching out of those here pretty soon. But not today, it looks like. Okay. Oh well. Put that back there. And set that down. I need to put some more substrate in here, to be honest. Ay, ay, ay. And this enclosure does need... Look at this. This is pre-micro mesh era. My first attempt at meshing. It's held up surprisingly well. I don't know why I bothered when the rest of it is ventilated with holes. But, yeah, what, 2018 me did this, so... Ask 18-year-old TJ why he did that. Alright, these are my pure Grumphorhina portentosa LLE mahogany. And these guys, there's so many in here. I'm eternally torn between wanting to put these in a 5-gallon and not. Because, like, when they explode for me like this, it becomes very bothersome to take care of them in this 2-gallon. But nobody ever wants these. Seemingly no one ever wants these, so I don't really want to give them a 5-gallon. Devote that much space to a hisser that I don't need a ton of. Yeah, they're fine in here. It's just annoying to take care of them in this enclosure. But then eventually I'll eventually do sales when I reach this population density and, you know, sell a bunch of them out in bulk. And then it'll take a while for the colony to recover, and in that time while the colony is recovering, then a bunch of people will message me out of the blue being like, oh, do you have mahogany hissers available? Oh, do you have them available? Like, I had them available a month ago. Why are you asking now? Now it's going to take 6 months. And then by the time they breed up again, no one wants them, so they found them from someone else. It's like an eternal cycle of suffering with these guys. But, sure none got out. Yep, they're okay. But yeah, so that's how it goes with the mahogany hissers, so, oh well. These guys, these I might give a 5-gallon bin to, even though I'm pretty sure no one will want them, but I really like them. So these are my super tiger hogs. So these are mahogany hissers, originally bred to tiger hissers by Brandon Maines, and then I bred them back to tiger hissers again. And this is the end result. And it still looks a lot like portentosa, but they are very pale. Those abdomens, super pale, and a lot of high red coloration on the thoracic segments as well. Very, very cool. I really like these. The females are a little bit more mahogany-y. But, I mean, and this is a pretty small female. But, even these, a little bit paler, in my opinion, and just really high red on those thoracic segments. Yeah, so I really like these, especially the males of this cross look really nice. And these have started breeding, so might be time to put these in a 5-gallon. Because I actually like these quite a lot. I am curious if the next generation is probably just going to look the same, but I would have liked a little bit more of the tiger coloration, but a little bit more striping maybe on the males. But they basically have the males have basically tiger-colored abdomens at this point. Very, very pale. Like pure tiger hissers, except just no black striping. So, yeah, it might be as good as it gets when crossing these. Again, portentosa, though, is such a dominant species in terms of genetics. Like, you cross it with anything, and they really inherit mostly portentosa, which is so crazy. But yeah, still, I really do love this line of hybrids. So, pretty cool. Alright, let's get those put away. Alright, here, this is multi-species bin again. So here we have tiger hissers, specifically a pair that I've isolated that is more high orange, very orangey, and with pretty obscure abdominal striping. Not very well defined, but this is pure tiger hisser, pure Princessia Becky tiger, just a slightly aberrant individual. And I found a female that looks pretty much like that, so that pair is in here, along with my Darapeltis species Savo West, big black velvet roaches. Look at these guys, iconic, so cool. I love them so much, so chunky. So that's their bin. I think I am going to move the Darapeltis into something a little bit better ventilated. But that, and then a couple containers with ooths in here. My roacha in a mite Peru ooth inside a deli cup in there, that bigger deli cup. And then this is new. This is a Nyctobora species Pina Blanca lake ooth. Got this species again by happenstance. Wasn't even trying. Just one of my buddies in Arizona messaged me and was like, "Oh, I found this ooth." And from the picture, I was like, it just looked like just a random roach ooth, and I was like, "That's probably Velida probably." So I was like, "I'll take it." You know, let's see. Worst case, some locality stock Velida. If I don't want them, I just give them to Kyle. And lo and behold, ended up being a Nyctobora ooth, and I'm like, oh wow. And then yeah, I looked at the locality that he got it from, and it is the same locality, Pina Blanca Lake, as the Nyctobora I had there from the past. So, but now I am a more learned individual, and I know that I'm supposed to keep them more moist. So back then I kept the Nyctobora ooths too dry, and they ended up dying and not hatching. This time, hopefully they'll hatch, but it is going to take like 6 to 7 months. 6, 7. Kill me. Sorry, unalive me, I guess I should say. This is YouTube after all. I don't think they are monitoring my channel. It's so small, though. I was looking recently, because I finally hit 1,000 subscribers recently. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, I appreciate the following and subscribing. But I was like, maybe they changed the terms recently. But I thought all you had to do was get 1,000 subscribers, and then you could monetize your channel. But that's not the case, not anymore. Now you need 1,000 subscribers, and like what? 4,000 watch hours? It's insane. Guess not if you have a lot of subscribers, but yeah, I'm nowhere near that. I have like, I think 400 watch hours over the past 365 days, which is the time period you need to get it in. I have started uploading reels here more recently, though, more consistently, so that and videos, although I skipped this week's video. So hopefully that will, you know, increase not only the subscribers, but the view hours. But yeah, I'm a long way off from monetizing. And I hear YouTube monetization's gone to the toilet recently, so who really cares? But well, yeah, this is a Pharyncinus? I think that's how you pronounce it. Orientalis. Immature. Pretty cool whip spider species. Apparently kind of rare in the US hobby as well. Nowhere near adulthood. Nowhere near adulthood. They get a lot bigger than this. Yeah, look at that. Really cool. I love whip spiders. I wish more of them could be kept communally. I don't love keeping predatory things. Oh my god, my alarm can go off while I'm live streaming. I didn't think that was the case. Can I turn the next one off so that doesn't happen? Turn off for today. There we go. Okay, hopefully that won't happen again. What was I saying? Oh, I don't like keeping predatory things that I can't keep communally because it's a pain, and I don't like feeding individual enclosures. But this was given to me as a freebie. I didn't even... this was just randomly thrust upon me. And I actually really love this individual. This species looks really cool, so I'm keeping it. And maybe I'll get to pair it with somebody, do a breeding loan in the future, in like 5 years when this thing actually is mature. Alright, what is this? This is a Gleopteryx gemma. Cute little ornate roach species. Let's see. Can we focus on that at all? No, apparently not. You're inside the enclosure now, and you're really not going to focus? Kinda. I'm looking at that one adult there in the middle. I don't know how to... Alright, well, that's as good as you guys are getting. Yeah, the little gem roach from Florida. These guys are super cute. This enclosure kind of needs revamped. There's Pyralis in it. I don't like Pyralis. You guys know that I don't like Pyralis? How many times have I said that during this stream? My god. too many to count. Okay, oh, I can access the comments like that if I scroll upward on my thing. Okay, now let's see what I missed. It's been a while. Blah, 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 blah. Wow, I missed a lot of comments. Holy crap. I've been looking on this. Nat's on your screen and on my IRL screen is messing up. That's funny. Firenado. Oh, Firenado on Discord. Hey, hi. I didn't know that was you. Attitudes are stronger than freshwater shrimp. Hobby. Mixing in new blood every so often is recommended. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a gimmicky. It's a gimmick in my opinion. You know, most things don't need the added blood. It just messes up lines and causes accidental hybrids and yada yada yada. How often do I change up substrate? Egg crates. Egg crates as they decompose. Substrate, once it's like completely frass, and even then only if the species actually cares about that. Some species are fine on a bed of their own frass. A lot of isopods are fine with that because their frass is just soil texture, and if you just keep topping it with leaf litter, they just don't care, and the substrate gets deeper and deeper, so you eventually have to take some out. But yeah, some species don't care. It varies a lot depending on the species. Some, as soon as the top layer of the substrate becomes poopy, they need a changed or else they start dying. So it really does depend. One dropped out. I got it. Yep, I did. Lol. Hefty one. How often do people purchase from you? How often do people purchase from me? I mean, I usually send out at least 10 boxes a week. So, pretty decent. Not crazy, but I get a decent amount of business. My Porcellio Werneria are doing real well, actually. They just, they have recovered from their crash, and those ones that survived that crash have produced babies now. So, yeah, they're doing pretty well. I have put them back on my list, actually. My for sale list. Yes, Nyctobora. Finally, Nyctobora. Kyle has Nyctobora from Belize as well, which are more Nyctobora-y looking. The ones from Arizona are actually Brachypteris, so, and not super velvety. But Nyctobora, in my opinion, is a trash can genus that needs revised and probably contains multiple different genera inside. But yeah, I think it's been the requirement for a while. Why are invert channels so small, but fish and reptile channels get big? Because more people keep reptiles and fish, and bugs are underappreciated. Like Monogold kept some ice spots without substrate and changes for decades. Yeah. So yeah, it just depends on the species. You know, the ones that eat their substrate and need a nutritional substrate, obviously you got to change that one as soon as it starts degrading, becomes mostly frass, then you got to add more. But for things that live atop the substrate and don't eat much of it, it really just depends whether or not the species is picky about the substrate that they are walking on. So, if they don't like walking on poop, then you gotta change it. But if it's a species that literally doesn't care, then you can go a lot longer between changes. And you can kind of tell if a species does not like the substrate they're walking on. If they more than usual hold their bodies high up off of the substrate and don't want their bodies touching it, more, you know, in a more obvious way than usual. If they're excessively cleaning their feet, you know, every few steps, rubbing their feet against each other, trying to like get something off of it, that's usually a sign that the substrate is not to their liking, or that there are mites that are overwhelming them. And yeah, so those are things to watch out for. But that's a little bit more subtle of a cue, I should say. Doing some pseudophilodromid bins here. I don't think I've been commenting on them, but these are Margatia nimbata. Cute little micro roach species. Let's see if I can get one of them onto me. Here's a nymph, and the nymphs look coolest to me. But oh, come on, focus. They're really ornately patterned. Is that focusing? Come on. Really ornately patterned. Lots of little spots on the abdomen, especially. Very cute little guys. I believe the common name on these is raindrop roaches. So they're cute. They're super adorable. What springtails do I usually use as cleaners? Got some earwigs from you, and the hitchhiking springtails have exploded. And was wondering what species they may be. Depends on the earwig. Most of my earwigs, I think, have Coecobria tenebricosa, which is tropical pinks, and that's what I use in most of my bins. I've been adding a lot of pseudoviolenta to some, to a lot more of my enclosures, though, and those also do really well as cleanup crews. So it's probably one of those two that you have from my earwigs. Probably Coecobria. Might be. I think I have Pseudocinella violenta in a few of my earwig bins as well. Willosia is also another one that pops up in a lot of my bins, and sometimes those work well as cleanup crews, but I find them to be more seasonal breeders. But it depends. Some of my bins, they breed year round. I think with the Willosia, they just get easily outcompeted by other springtails and or predatory mites, so they kind of just cycle between enclosures as the mites do. These are my Pseudoglomerus magnifica northern Vietnam. Let's get these out of here. Put the apple out. Make sure there's no nymphs hitching a ride on the old apple. So this is a good example. Okay, so this is after feeding, but you see they have eaten a decent bit of the dog food, this colony, and the pollen a bit as well. Let me show you what it'd look like fully fed. But Pseudoglomerus in general, especially Magnifica, you're really not going to notice a lot of feeding activity in your colony. You're not going to notice food disappearing for a while. They have small appetites, so only when you get a decent culture, a colony built up, will you start to notice food disappearing and being bitten into. But yeah, so that's same amount. So hopefully I'll try to do a live stream next week, and then we can do a little bit of a before and after there. But yeah, they definitely seem to be eating more of the dog food, which is good, because usually the dog food means nymphs, because the nymphs are more protein hungry than the adults. I don't really want to tear apart this bin looking at them, but most of them are like in here. And we'll see if I can find one to show you guys, but I don't like disturbing these too much, especially this bin, while they're still establishing. Yeah, so this is one of the northern Vietnams. These guys have more of a golden iridescence to them, overlaying a green coloration. And this one's a nymph, not quite an adult, so not super vibrant compared to adults, but still a very pretty individual. I think this is like a subadult female. This strain doesn't get quite as big as the Quoc Phuong Magnifica do. But yeah, I've been having a lot more females of these mature out over the winter, so I'm hoping they'll have a nice big boom this spring. Alright, give them the apple. And these these are one of the few things that I actually miss like every other day, just lightly. They like consistently high air humidity, but low surface moisture, so that's their deal. Also, my phone looks like it's about to be out of battery, so let me see if I can get a charger for that hooked up here real quick. Let's see. Will this be fast enough? No, okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. Let's see. Can I even plug this in while this is on the thing? Is there room? Let's see. Alright. It says it's charging. Will it be enough? We'll see. Let me check chat real quick. Oops. Springtails love Cockroach precosa. They're tolerable in both arid and moist conditions. Yeah, they are. That's why they're in like everything I have. They're pretty adaptable. And yet I can't get them breeding well enough in their own bin to use consistently as feeders, which kind of infuriates me. I really need to produce like tons and tons of springtails. I have so many micro predators that eat them now, but I can't. Specifically like a Coecobria. Coecobria or Pseudocinilla violenta would be great. The rest are just not as good, but not as good of feeders. So that entobriomorph is really what I want. Ugh. But what the heck? Why is this not open? Oh my god. But I struggle producing springtails on their own, in their own bins. Constantly have predatory mites getting into them, even though they're supposedly airtight containers. Like, it's really annoying. So, I don't know, man. I struggle with that. Yet, the things I have the most springtails in are in, like, random roach and isopod bins. And they just explode. And then I just take them from those to feed to my pseudoscorpions and whatnot. I saw a question pop up. What's the spoon for? For the artificial pollen. That's what I spoon it out with that. Despite their name of tropical pinks, I find they're more arid tolerant than the temperate whites from Canada. Fulsomia Canada. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think Ornic Monocle said that his tropical pinks came from the Coecobria tenebricosa, which I think most of the hobby has, came from Oren, and I think he said he got his in Ohio. I don't think they're actually of tropical origin, like at least the strain in the hobby, I think just came from Ohio. Not very, I've been in Ohio. I lived in Ohio for a bit. It's not tropical there, I'll tell you that. I think Oren lists his as temperate whites, but then someone changed the name to tropical pink just because they're like, they get a little pinkish sometimes on certain diets. Mostly they just look white. So yeah, I don't know. The naming conventions in this hobby are so messed up. But whatever. These need a revamp. These are so thoroughly, Orid baited mites usually don't cause problems, but in this particular bin they've grown kind of insane, so I really need to get these changed out. But these are my, it's not gonna focus on them, my Hebardina Ugandana? Yeah, Ugandana. Ruby, Ugandan ruby roach. I mean, they might not care. We'll see if I get babies soon, but I think I'm gonna have to rehouse these pretty soon. Methinks, if I want another generation of the ruby roaches. So, gotta give them a fresh substrate. Did you hear about the Ohio thing? I just assumed they had a cosmopolitan range or something. Well, they do now have a cosmopolitan range, which is why they were in Ohio. I don't know where they're native to, though. I'm not gonna lie. They might be a North American native, but I kind of feel like they're probably not. Never had much success keeping springtails by yourself. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same for me. Passing through the small flighty roaches. I know, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted by the chat. Pretty neat how Oren is like the goat, the forefather of the roach, of the invert hobby here in the US, really. Alright, here, Behijager, here's something cool for you. This is... No! Where'd it go? Okay, it's on my hand. On my hand still. This is Euthlastoblatus species, Everglades, Florida. These are probably a U.S. native. And this one, as you may notice, has white eyes. My colony is actually mostly white-eyed individuals. And I recovered them from like a measly 5 individuals. They had a bit of a crash last year. They're doing well now. I wish the camera would focus on it. They're doing well now, but I'm probably going to give it one more generation of good breeding before I not only make them available, but decide to isolate colonies, isolate enough of both forms to have pure breeding colonies of both. At this point, the white eyes outnumber the normal eyes, but there are still some normal-eyed individuals, and I would like some normal black-eyed individuals. I would like a colony of those, just the normal wild type, but I would also like a pure breeding colony of these white eyes as well. But yeah, really cool little species. Yeah, these guys are a little bit more finicky than Euthlastoblatus diaphana, that's for sure. These guys are a little bit more humidity sensitive. Again, one of those species that seems to want pretty high air humidity but low surface humidity. So I combat that mostly with the humidity, just by maintaining a humidity gradient and deep chunky layers of cocoa coir chunks, some fake fern foliage, egg crates, all kind of stacked and, you know, scrambled on top of each other. And this generation's doing pretty well. They've been laying lots of ooths, and a lot of those ooths have been hatching, but numbers aren't quite up there where I'd want them to be to start pulling some out for breeding projects. I've had a lot of success with ukes on their own. Yeah, you can, I can't say that name, man. Fucking apheroides. Those do great for me by themselves when they're not being infested with predatory mites. Those I actually don't have a lot of success putting in with other things as cleanup crews. But those by themselves, the Ceratophycella isabelle, those also I have tons of in their own bin. A lot of those more poduramorph type springtails do fine. My only thing is they're not really useful for feeders for what I need them for. I don't think a lot of the pseudoscorpions really seem to love them. You know, a lot of the other smaller arachnids I keep that eat springtails, they don't really. They like the entomobryomorphs, like the fast, speedy, moving guys, but the little slow, soft-bodied springtails don't really seem to do much for them. I think they're just too slow. They don't evoke a predator response. So, yeah, unfortunate, because I have a ton of Euchenura breeding in their own bin. I actually have yellows popping up. Yellow Euchenura apheroides popping up in my colony of those, so that's actually really exciting. I'm waiting for more of those yellow ones to pop up before pulling those for a project, but I do plan on, hopefully, trying to isolate that. So that would be pretty cool. It's funny you mentioned the ukes too, because I barely was able to recover my Florida orange colony, and was really excited because I was like, yay, finally I got these breeding again. They crashed from predatory mites, and I thought they all got wiped out, but they actually didn't, and they revived. There's a bunch of them now, and I was like, yay, I have those established again, cool. Only to now find out that they are actually not Neanura groweri, but they are Euchenura apheroides. So, and it's not even like, we don't have specific locality for them either from Florida, so it's not even like specific locality stock, it's just Florida, which is still more specific than the European line we have, but it's not that exciting. That kind of bummed me out a bit, but whatever. Oops. This is my Pseudoglamorus magnifica cook fong bin, by the way. Just by the by. I don't think There's probably none out that I can show you. There's a bunch. I have a bunch of curved bark stacked on top of each other, and I'm holding it together with rubber bands to keep it as a coherent hide for them. And they really seem to like it, but now they don't really hide in anything else, so, and I don't feel like lifting that out, so none of these guys for show today, but that is their bin. And I haven't seen babies in there, so that's cool. Alright, what do we got here? Small, flighty ectobiid species. Well, former ectobiid. Now it's a... What are these? Batellids now. Hemi-leopistus palliata. Let me just get a bunch in there. Get some dog food. There. Is there anything I can lift out of here to show you these guys? Probably not. Not without things getting out, but hold on here. Alright, here we go. These guys are super pretty. They're basically just like little circles with colorful markings on them as it matures. Let's see if I can... Oh yeah, that works, right? Whatever wants to focus. Yeah, so these guys are really pretty species. This stock comes from Thailand, and really, really pretty. These are all nymphs for the most part. There's an adult there with the wings. But yeah, these guys, super cool, very prolific and fairly hardy species of Blatellid. I've had this colony going for quite a while, and not nearly as picky as Hemi-leopistus vittata. Those guys I have a lot of issues with. But these, super easy. Gallon jar, lid ventilation, keep them humid, and dump in dog food and apple slices, and they do just fine. They demolish food once the colony's this size. But yeah, super pretty. These guys are just so cool to watch. There's just always active. Mostly a diurnal species, actually. But, yeah, very, very pretty, very attractively patterned. And, yeah, I think more people should keep these. They're really fun. Get back in there. Alright. And then we'll just spray that down. Perfect. And these guys really like the fake foliage type hides, which is nice because they don't degrade, really. Right, what are these? These are species. What? Hello? Am I live? It just told me I'm live. Was I not live? Gonna get going soon, hopefully I can see. Alright, thanks for popping in, Sig. Appreciate it. And hey Graphite, how you doing? I don't know. Was I streaming? I was live the whole time? Okay, that's weird. I don't know why it sent me that notification. I was like, oh, you're live. I'm like, what? Did you guys miss the Hemi-leopistus palliata? Come on. But yeah, these are Carablatus species Kendall, Florida. These are a possibly undescribed, at the very least, very recently recorded from Florida species of Carablata. Might be an undescribed native, might be a unrecorded invasive. So we'll see. But another little brown species. The nymphs have some nice freckling on them. There's a bunch of them hiding down in the Cockroach chunks, but I don't feel like grabbing any. They're pretty flighty. But yeah, these guys are super cool and very new to the hobby. I'm like probably one of like 3 people that even has these, and one of 3 people that even wants them. So, you know, oh well, it is what it is. No one likes the small, tiny brown roaches. My Cheliferidae species, Ector County, Texas. Is it gonna let me zoom in? Where's the camera? Here's the camera. Little pseudoscorpions. That one's a female. Is that a female? I don't know. Oh, look, there's a little baby. Adorable. Yeah, these guys are cool. These are one of the first pseudoscorpions I bred myself. They're pretty easy. As long... Easy, again, is a subjective term. As far as pseudoscorpions go, as far as cheliferids go, they're pretty easy. That being said, if you don't feed them well, they are going to eat each other very readily. So, get that female off the lid so I can close it safely. But, yeah, you got to keep them topped off on springtails. But I just fed them the other day, as I was doing maintenance on something else and saw it had a bunch of springtails, so I just, whenever I notice a bin has a ton of springtails in it, I'll just dump those springtails out into a deli cup and go around feeding all the little pseudoscorpions and stuff I have that need them sporadically. So, again, I really need to figure out a better system for culturing those. Because it's like, I could go with a big, like, 5-gallon gasket bin, the works, organically rich substrate. I mean, just sawdust would probably be fine. Throw in a couple hissers and, the springtails would explode. But then as soon as that bin gets even a couple predatory mites in it somehow, even though it's gasketed, it doesn't matter. Those things can get in gasket bins. Then boom, the entire colony's gone. And then that's a 5-gallon bin that I'd have to, like, go through, replace, redo, revamp, like, I don't know. To go on that scale and have to still deal with predatory mites getting in and everything, like, it's just so annoying. And such a dedication of space that I could be using for something else, but I might just have to suck it up and do that at this point, because I have so many things that need springtails consistently. Anything in here I can show off? Okay, yeah, there's at least a couple on here. Can I get this egg crate out of here, actually? That's the better question. Oh, that's why, because there's two. It's two pieces, that's why. Okay. This is Neoblatella species Miramar. Focus. There we go. Neoblatella species Miramar, Florida. Quite similar to Neoblatella detersa, but different markings on the pronotum. And females tend to be a little shorter winged as well. I think this is a female. But shorter wings, shorter and broader wings than those of detersa females. Yeah, these guys are really cool. These another species that I had a colony of, and then they had a bit of a crash, and I got down to, I think, just a single ooth that ended up hatching. And from that, they have kind of exploded in numbers, and it looks like I'm going to have a pretty healthy generation, next generation here, so we'll be able to put these back up on the for sale list eventually, probably in a few months. These, like Dipteratrum Handstrom's little runners, these guys are very prolific, very hardy, fairly dry tolerant species. And I just use that egg crate as a dog food, as a food bowl basically. Fill that up, it'll be gone by next week. A little bit of apple, and I just spray down one side a little bit. And there we go. Easy. Yeah, these guys, pretty cool. I like them. Okay. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. A little bit too much dog food gunk caked up on them. back. And your patience might be rewarded. Okay, yeah, it's rewarded. Here you go. Here you go. Hold on. Did I just hear a fly near the mic? Did you? Probably. I mean, there's a lot of forwards in here, but flying around, especially after I opened that Princessia bin. That's funny if you could hear that, though. If it was just... Oh, that's funny. Alright. Alright. Here. Patience for me taking a bathroom break and washing my hands has been rewarded. Can you even see him? The freaking ring light isn't actually making that difficult. Roaches Balunata. The beautiful, beautiful Balunata. I mean, oh, look at that. It's got like a little halo around that one. Oh, this ring light is having some interesting effects. But yeah, these are Roaches Balunata, my beloved. And these guys are absolutely adorable. Little round, little circles, little sentient circles. But yeah, so this is our bin. It's just thin layer of cocoa fiber substrate topped with a bunch of these fake fern fronds, which they enjoy hiding in between. And in fact, it is the only hide I have found that they will use. They did not want to rest on bark. They did not want to rest even leaf litter. Maybe like robust, like not heavily decayed leaf litter they would use, but even that they didn't really seem to enjoy. It's this fake foliage, man. I mean, they are arboreal, so in the wild they probably do spend most of their time on actual foliage, but it is kind of wild. But yeah, my little guys, they're so cute. I love them. Did I get rid of that already? Oh, it fell to the bottom. Well, that's gone forever. There's a piece of jelly, you know, lychee jelly cup that I cut in half, and it somehow fell through the foliage down to the bottom. I mean, it was getting old anyway, so they stopped eating from it, but that's the springtail's food now. But yeah, so feed them apple, dog food, pollen. I've seen them eat the fruit. I've seen them eat the pollen. I didn't actually see them eat any of the jelly, but I assume they did because it's wet and sweet, and that seems to be what they like the most. How's that substrate looking? Yeah, I might have to more heavily spray down in there. They don't like wet or moist surface area. They like it pretty dry, so I'll mist them probably. They seem to be okay with once weekly mistings, but I have been misting them. The humidity's been especially low recently, so I have been misting them at least twice a week, just lightly, because again, they like the foliage to be pretty dry, but they get a lot of their moisture from the fruit and also from lapping up water droplets. So, but yeah, air humidity is definitely more important, so I keep the substrate pretty damp, and that air humidity obviously rises up, and so keeps the whole enclosure humid. But they like to be on the dry foliage. Yeah, look, there's some more on that corner there. Super cute, super cute. I do wish the ring light wouldn't obscure them so. It is funny when they're in the middle of it, though. It's just like a little halo around them. It's pretty cute. Yeah, these guys have been L5 for a bit now. It seems like they're actually starting to slow down in growth. So, they were going through an instar, like a week, basically. And now it's been like, what, 2-3 weeks in L5? So, they're slowing down. I don't know when I'll have adults. Might not be till like the end of summer at this rate, but we'll see. We shall see. These are... Is there going to be any under here for me to show? Oh, there are. Okay. These are Euthlastoblatus species Miramar. Yeah, Miramar Beach. And these guys are absolutely... These are massive. As far as Euthlastoblatus go, these are huge. And the nymphs are very pretty and ornately patterned. Yeah, these guys, pretty cool, and they're doing pretty dang well for me. These guys seem to like, again, high air humidity, but low surface moisture. But their ooths do require some dampness for sure. The ooths don't like, the ooths like high moisture, but the nymphs and adults don't. So again, just a simple humidity gradient, and that seems to do the trick. Humidity gradients both horizontal and vertical, because I spray this half down so this stays wet for a bit, but the entire bottom of the substrate really never seems to dry out, but all the cocoa core chunks and egg crates stacked on top of it stays pretty dry. But yeah, so these guys have been breeding quite well, and again, these are probably either an undescribed native species or an invasive one that has not been recorded yet from Florida, but for the use last about it, it's probably that they're natives and undescribed. So, especially these, because these are found not just in Florida, I think adjacent, the states right above them too, in certain areas. I think. I don't know, Alan can correct me on that if I'm wrong. Oh, look at the Ricketettia though, they're all clustered right there. They're so cute. I do love them. Probably one of my favorites that I have right now. Do I have a lot of people that actually purchase forward flies or the moths? The moths people were buying, especially in like the summer. A lot of people were actually buying them, which surprised me. No one has taken me up on the forward flies though. I put those up as a joke, honestly. My friend was like, I told my friend that I was selling the Pyralis, and he was like, "Oh my god, people are actually buying those. You scumbag!" And I'm like, "Hey, I put on there that they're pests, but you know, some people still want them for feeders, even though they are pests." And so he hates forwards, and so I put them up as a joke, and I was gonna gloat to him if someone actually bought them, because I know it would piss him off. And no one has bought them, and I don't blame them because they are the worst. I don't know how you would culture them to be used as a feeder without them getting loose in your collection. And at that point, like if you don't already have forward flies, like I don't know. It's weird. I doubt anyone will ever buy them. But who knows? Maybe some scientists one day, you know, there's always people, somebody wants something all the time. There's always a customer for something, even if it's only one. You know, there's always a chance. So I figure I'd offer them because if anyone wants forwards, I can provide them. I just don't think anyone will, but it is funny. All right, it's the funny one. Hyrcha. Probably regret it after. Yeah, if they bought forwards, I mean. Unless I get, again, they could be a scientist that needs them for research purposes. They're not actually culturing them otherwise. How do roaches in a grip strength compare to Pseudoglammus magnifica? Definitely not. Like, Pseudoglammus magnifica have, like, beetle strength. They have, like, a grip on. But, Roachina, not so much. They're just more fragile-bodied in general. Like, you can just knock them off a lot easier. But, you know, they are climbers like Pseudoglammus, so. They're actually very similar to Pseudoglammus magnifica nymphs in a lot of ways in terms of morphology, which is kind of what got me to think, hey, maybe they want high air humidity but low surface moisture. I actually lost like a few nymphs in the first instar or two with the Roachina bilunata because I was literally winging it. No one had ever cultured these before with success, so I was kind of struggling with them, and I was like, oh hey, they have the same body shape as Pseudoglammus magnifica. Maybe they like the same conditions. And so that, on top of happening to give them and realizing they really like the fake foliage, I think those two factors, that experience with magnifica and paying close attention to what hides they preferred, and giving them a variety of hides to choose from, is kind of what led me to success. And so now they're doing really well. And I haven't seemed to have lost any of the Peruvian Roachina that have hatched out for me yet at L1. And a lot of them are molting to L2 now, so I'm going to have even more success with those and with the genus going forward now that I've kind of honed in the care on the Bilunata. So, you know, little trial and error and having some experience with somewhat similar species goes pretty far. as long as you're willing to be there to make those changes as you see them need to be made. These are my Carabletta lutea. These guys aren't doing so hot. I don't know what happened to them. I might have to pull them out of here and start up a new bin. Pay closer attention to them. Not sure what's going on with them. I guess I kind of skipped over these two species, but these are some of the funner ones to watch. I mean, these are my firefly mimics, the Schultesia lampyritiformis. These guys, super cool. Really do look like fireflies, at least some of the more tropical ones. Honestly, they look a lot like Photurus species fireflies. Which is interesting, because I don't know if there are Photurus in their area. Yeah, these guys are super crazy prolific. And they definitely like things a little bit drier. I don't really miss them often. That was more water. That mist I gave them, that very light mist, was more water than they've gotten in months. Mostly they just eat the apple for moisture. But, yeah. Really cool guys. I like these a lot. I mean, Jesus. There's just so many of them. And then the other species I kind of skipped over was the red goblins, but they just started out, so there's not much to show there. Alright. Second shelf done. Woo! Out of 5. And the enclosures only get more numerous the further down we go, because it's smaller containers stacked on top of each other. Oh, here we go. Pyralis bin. I mean, my Gyna Lorida bin. But it might as well be Pyralis at this point. So these guys, Lorida can take higher humidity. So I'm going to start keeping them more humid, because keeping them drier is what allowed the Pyralis to take root. Because the Pyralis like it pretty dry. So I'm going to keep them more moist and hopefully get rid of these freaking losers. I really hate Pyralis. Look at what they do. They completely clump up the substrate. This was one solid mat when it was keeping it drier, but now that I'm keeping it more humid, it's finally being able to be broken up enough so that the roaches can dig through it better, but it's crazy. They're so annoying. Some roaches really don't get... I mean, clearly these guys do not care, but... they should. The moths were actively making it harder for them to burrow, but these are just that hardy of roaches, I guess. Yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like, what am I realistically with the moths? Like, how am I? You just, you know. Eventually, once they hopefully mostly die out in here, I will mesh this bin up, and then I'll stop them from getting back in. But like, it's just, it is miserable. I really do hate them. One of my friends had Pyralis, but they were replaced by Indian meal moths in his collection, which are even worse. But they were not only displaced by the Indian meal moths, but they were also parasitic wasps that seem to be eating the Pyralis, and so now he doesn't have Pyralis in his collection. So, but he did just have Pyralis pop up in a couple of his bins, and he has noticed those parasitic wasps have come back, and I'm like, dude, when they build up in numbers more, send me some of those wasps. Get them. I will release them into my room and would hopefully wreak havoc upon these moths. So biological warfare is what we have come to. I have tried the traps. I have tried like removing them by hand, and I just can't seem to get them out of every enclosure. So at this point, I'm just hoping those parasitic moths might do the parasitic wasps might do the trick. And I mean, Pyralis are cosmopolitan, so whatever parasites affect them are probably also cosmopolitan, so I don't have to worry about them being invasive or anything. Or at least they probably are here in Idaho. It's just I haven't had them pop up yet. Yeah. These are Derapeltis pollinoi. Here's my ornate velvet roach colony. Look at that. Heaps and heaps of them. These guys are freshly molted male right there. Yeah, these guys, super cool. Look at all those ooths. Dog food, yeah, these guys. Really doing well for me. This is the most robust pollinoi colony I've ever had. It's getting to the point, though, the substrate and frass is building up high enough that I'm going to have to rehouse them pretty soon. Or rather, just remove an inch of the substrate so that they have more room. Yeah, these guys are pretty cool. Pretty chill. I mean, you see how many of them there are, but they're just kind of chill. They feel comfortable pressed up against each other. In the wild, they clump together like that. They are pretty thigmostatic species, but once you spray them down with water, they go a little crazy, so that's why I'm kind of just doing it like that. Should not smash any. Perfect. These had Pyralis. Now, not so much. There's just the roaches overwhelm them. So there's a victory story there. It happens sometimes. It's funny when everything in the enclosure is covered in roaches. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just like an inch down of just roaches stacked up of each other. And they like it. Derapeltis actively like being that densely packed. A lot of other roaches, not so much, but Derapeltis seem to do best when they are more, confined together like that. In fact, it seems sharp population decreases can actually induce crashes in Derapeltis. So, something to keep an eye out for. These are my Lamproblatta albipulpus, identified formerly by am I blanking on the name? Dominic Evangelista. Okay, well, we got a runner. But it's okay. I got the runner. And now I can show it off. Yeah, these guys. Super cool. Jet black as adults. But with the white palps. Maxillary palps, is that what they're called? Super cute species. No wings whatsoever. No tegmina. Not even vestigial nubs. Nothing. And these guys are Lamproblattids. They're not blattids. They are in their own family, Lamproblattidae. More distantly related to blattids than one might think based on looking at them. They're actually more closely related to anaplectids and cryptocercids. And I guess kind of termites too. So yeah, these guys are pretty interesting in terms of taxonomy. Appearance-wise, they're kind of just little drab little things, but in terms of taxonomy, their relation to other roaches is actually very interesting. They're pretty distinct. Look at it cleaning herself. But yeah, I just love the jet black on these adults. Though. So black and glossy, and the lack of any sort of wings, even vestigial nubs, just makes them look really, real sleek, kind of aerodynamic, Really cool. I really enjoy these guys. And their Uthica look like little megaloblatta ooths. But the nymphs are kind of freaky looking, like they're very gangly. See if I can show any off here. And doesn't want to focus. Yeah, it's kind of hard to focus on the egg crate. Also, when people say, oh, I have egg crate molding, is this what they mean? This black sooty mold? Because that doesn't bother inverts. At all. Is that what people, mean? Because I have people complain a lot, when I show them I use egg crates, and they're like, oh, I try using egg crates, but it just molds. And, I've never had it mold I've never had egg crates mold other than this, black sooty mold. And that's not, most inverts don't even mind it at all. It barely changes the texture of the cardboard. You put on, well, yeah, but if you put food on top of anything, it'll mold. Substrate, whatever. That's why I use bowls mostly, except for things that won't use them. But Yeah, like if I don't know, I just don't really have issues with egg crates molding. Maybe it is because my enclosures are so tend to get very bioactive with all the springtails and mites and stuff that yeah, which I don't, so it doesn't mold for me. Yeah, so that might be it. Plus, again, all the ore-baited mites and the springtails in my enclosures kind of prohibit mold growth for the most part. Okay, these guys are actually a bit of a pain. My Blatta orientalis, these can't even climb well, but because this is an old enclosure with which I had previously had ventilation, but then I glued it up, it gives them something to crawl onto. Plus, I put the mesh a little too high up, so basically, they can scale it no problem, which is really annoying. No! Look at this. Got 3. I got all of them, but jeez Louise. You gotta be fast. You gotta be fast to be a roach rancher, I tell you what. I tell you what. And I seen that, oh, what's his name? Gobsmoocher? This animator. You see his reels on Facebook all the time. This artist. He had a skit where one of the characters he drew was a roach rancher, and I was like, oh my god, that's me. Yeah, Blatta orientalis, cool. They're one of those quote-unquote pest species, but they don't like breed inside houses. They breed in like sewer systems and water boxes outside of houses, and then will wander indoors. But they're not a house infestation risk for sure. They like things way too moist. And then the real, true Theria pedivariana. See, this one's a little covered in dirt. He just came out of the substrate there. I do want to check these a little bit more thoroughly. I don't usually offer Theria fruit, but just in case, I'm giving it to these guys. I'm pampering them a little bit because they are special. Because I'm the only one in the U.S. who has these. Theria pedivariana, true pedivariana, as far as I know. Most other people have, most of the people in the hobby period just have Bernhardti, which are a similar, larger species, but with slightly different markings on the wings, and the hind wings especially are completely different between the two. But I think I should have, I had subadult females in here, so I'm wondering if any of them have molted yet. Okay, look, that looks like a sub-female. Also might be able to show off one of the other differences with this species compared to Bernhardti, which is that they are very pale as nymphs compared to Bernhardti. Like, they're very tan. Whereas Bernhardti nymphs tend to be black, or at least very dark brown. So that's the male. Any females yet? Any adult females? No. Yeah, that one is a sub-female, but not adult yet. Okay. So still waiting on a female to mature. Hopefully this one does very soon. She certainly looks quite plump, so should be close. But yeah, I am super excited to be breeding these and hopefully offer them up to fellow U.S. hobbyists. Get a couple pieces of dog food right now. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. Let's see. Chat. Ba-ba-ba. Nothing. All right. We got more things here. Let's see what we got here. We got some Neostylopyga rhombifolia. Few dead. Oh no, that one's still alive. Okay, actually, this mostly looks like sheds. They're having a little bit of die-off recently. I'm not 100% sure why, but I have seen babies hatching out again, so I'm not too concerned. I did just give them some new hides. So, oh yeah, look, there's a little baby. Little baby right there. maybe harlequin. But yeah, these guys are super, super pretty, ornately patterned species. But yeah, it looks like they're doing fine now. Whatever ick they acquired is done with. But yeah, really cool, ornately patterned roach species. Prefers high ventilation and high humidity. Yeah, I think they may have just been running out of hides, so I gave them some new ones. And they certainly are utilizing them. In fact, you know what? I think I'm going to give them another. Just cut up that, like so. There we go. Bam. Hide. More space for them. Get it wetted up a little bit. These guys dried out quite a bit since last time. Some apple. Oh, look at this female with the ooth. So these guys lay external oothicas, the egg cases, and they deposit them. Usually cover them up with a little bit of dirt or frass to prevent them getting snacked on by other cage mates. Neato. Alright. These are yellow Gyna, and they have mostly overtaken their moths. And with the pyralis too, it's really weird because in some enclosures they'll just like explode, and then other very similar, nearly identical enclosures that they get into, they just won't persist long. So like, I don't know why, but it's weird. But I will not complain about a bin that does not have healthy pyralis populations in it. Too, when I see when the silken tubes like that, I try to smash them down if there's any larvae still in them. Which is gross because when there is, it's like it pops like a water balloon and it's just caterpillar guts everywhere and it's kind of gross. But you know, small price to pay to not have a bunch of freaking moths come out. I guess, look, there's a little mold on that one. That's weird. I've never had mold like that on an egg carton. It's like, it's still like just sooty though. Not even like the thready, webby mold. It's just like soot. The lion does not concern himself with mold. The lion does not spike his cortisol levels over mold. He simply pushes through. Maybe what I need is wood mulch substrate, super cheap. Wood mulch would just give them more space to make their tubes in. I have had some very mulchy mixes. I mean, here, hold on, I'll show you actually. I just did maintenance on them, but I didn't actually show them off, did I? The giant lobster roaches. Because their bin is mostly just, it's this cocoa coir chunks, which for intents and purposes is like the same as mulch. It's just big chunks, right? Chunks of organic matter. And, I mean, you can't really see it, but basically it's a solid mat of pyralis tubes. Because instead of being a substrate that they have to burrow into, right, it's just chunks, so they just build webbing between all the chunks, and so it becomes a solid mass that nothing can burrow through. So I think a wood mulch substrate would be even worse, as far as pyralis go. If anything, a finer substrate makes it easier to sift through, take their tubes out, smash them, and then they can't proliferate quite as much. But yeah, this is my very dirty Melanozosteria soror bin. Let me try to get an adult out. These guys are cool. They did well on and off for me, and then I just realized they kind of need a decent bit of, they need a humidity gradient, basically. If it's too dry, they don't do well, but they need a moist corner, basically. So I keep this corner moist and then the rest dry. And well ventilated, and they do great. They mostly rest on the dry side. Yeah, these guys are a really neat Polyzosterinae species. I had a stroke there. But yeah, these guys are neat. It's a very like common thing with Polyzosterinae to be like dark bodied and with cream colored borders, because like Drama Planeta are the same. Menthana. Wait, are Menthana? I don't know if Menthana are Polyzosterinids. Might not be. But Melanocysteria, obviously a Polyzosterinid. It's either that or be really colorful and metallic, and of course we don't have any of those in the hobby. Only the dark cream colored, cream bordered ones. But, you know, I'll take these over nothing. They're very pretty, very cute little species. And these are invasive in Hawaii, and that's where these ones come from. Oahu, Hawaii. I think they're invasive. I'm pretty sure they're invasive in Hawaii. Pretty sure they're native to Australia, or... Yep, I think Australia. Correct me if I'm wrong. Give him a little heaping of dog food. Yeah, these guys, I mean... Any hide just has like a ton of them. Ton of them inside. So I do need to give them some more hides here soon, but they are doing very well. Very, very well. A classic example of a neat little species that eludes popularity in the hobby, unfortunately. These have a crack in their lid that is closed enough that nothing can get out, but I need to fix that soon. These are my pseudo... I just need to revamp this bin in general, because again, Pyralis everywhere. Also dermestid beetles. I don't know how these got in. I don't know what they're really feeding on. I guess some of the dog food. Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. The easiest pseudoglomerus species. I mean, see all the random pests in here and they just don't care. Wait, I think I just... Is that a Dermestes undulatus? I think that's what's in here. I would have thought it'd be Ader. I don't know how undulatus got in here. My undulatus are only in sealed... mesh sealed bins now. That's weird. But, I mean, undulatus are better than Ader anyways. I like them better. But yeah, these are golden-footed roaches, Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Really hardy, prolific species of Pseudoglomerus. They are super-duper chill, easy species. They like it fairly dry compared to other Pseudoglomerus. Well ventilated. And, yeah, really are not that picky. There's a big old clump of them right there. Right down in there. So yeah, these guys are pretty easy. But they do need a bin revamp soon, because there's too much moth tubing kind of clogging up the bark hides here. And I would like to get them switched over to mesh and fix this crack. So I'll probably do that soon. These are meshed. These are, well, meshed and also pinhole ventilation, but that's fine. These are Pseudophilodromidae species, Redlands, Florida. Rusty Redlands roaches. These guys are cute. Not sure what they are. Probably an undescribed native. They are very similar in morphology, although quite a bit smaller than Euthlastoblada abortiva, which Euthlastoblada abortiva probably belongs in its own genus. And if that change ever were to happen, these would probably go in there with them. Very similar species, perhaps the eastern U.S. native counterpart to abortiva, which are native to like southern Texas and adjacent Mexico. So yeah, these guys, no, pretty neat. Not as pretty as Euthlastoblada abortiva, or well, I think they're as pretty. They're just like not as conventionally attractive. I think more just different hues of brown, reddish brown, which I find attractive, but they're not the black and white stripy that abortiva are. What does this say? I'll contribute a super chat for newer socks. Oh no! These ones have holes too? This one does. This is one sock. Listen, I have socks without holes. I never throw them away. I just can't be bothered until it's just, well, we have the same hole in our socks. See? You get it. You get it. Fire NATO, you get me. I'll contribute a super chat for new socks. Joke's on you. I don't think I have the ability to have super chats. I think you need like the lowest tier of monetization on your channel before you can unlock super chats. I think. I don't know. And for that, I need 3,000 watch hours for the lower tier, which is crazy. I mean, I guess if I had to do these live streams more often, that'll help, but I don't know. I'm not bothered. I cannot be bothered to care. Eventually, I'll hit the milestone without even realizing it and be like, oh, okay. My Simplos Morsi, they are all hiding. Can I get one? One to show the people? Ooh, not only one, but one with Utica. They're, I think these are U.S. native, found in southern Florida. The ooths come out white, but then they darken to reddish color when they're laid. But yeah, these are really cool. The nymphs are very, they change a lot in patterning as they age. They start out looking like Blatella nymphs with just the tan base coloration and 2 dark stripes going down the middle. Then their whole body turns red, dark reddish colored, with some cream colored bordering to the abdominal segments. And then they mature into these pleasant hay, straw colored roaches with black and white abdomens that you can't really see well when their wings are covering them. But yeah, cute little species. I really like these. These are a weird, like, kind of a crash and boom species. Pretty cyclical. They'll have big population booms, then they'll crash, but I've never really lost them completely, and then they always build back up in numbers, and then they boom, and then they crash, and it's a never-ending cycle. But right now they're on the up and up, approaching a boom, probably soonish. That's too much. Smaller piece. These are my wide-eyed Uricotis improcera. I am not gonna dig any out though, but these are on the up and up. I think they're gonna be fine. My normal improcera, which we're getting to soon, I think I have to revamp that enclosure as well. It's getting a little, I've had them in there for years, and I think it's finally reached a point of being a little too dirty and too filled with Compsodies for them to be super comfortable. So, gotta move those to a new bin. And then they should be fine. But yeah, not a lot of people doing well with improcera right now, so I should really probably pamper mine. At least paint the toenails that poke through. Listen, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for all that. Get some black toenail polish. Match the socks. Okay, no adults yet. These I've had a lot of these Parkabata Natha. They popped off, but this latest generation has been stuck at subadult forever. I just want some adults so I can take some pictures of them. Because I have these available, but I don't have any pictures because I didn't bother to get pictures of my first generation, and now I'm like Sisyphus in hell. I can't. None of them will ever mature right now. They're all subadults forever. But whatever. I mean, surely they'll molt soon. Yeah, these are from the Southwest Research Station, Arizona, so it's locality Natha stock, which is pretty nice. So there's another Natha line that's a locality cross, but I like me my pure stocks when they look the same, because you might as well have it with locality information. These are my Pacific beetle mimics, my Diploptera punctata. These are the roaches with that roach milk comes from. That scientists are trying to isolate roach milk proteins from. The proteins that these produce in the roach milk that they provide their first instar offspring when they give birth to them. Scientists want to synthesize it and make artificial roach milk because it's like a super protein, but I don't think it's going to be a popular food source, but it would be interesting if they do it. I would try it. I would probably try synthetic roach milk just once. Maybe? I don't know. I might have to be coerced into doing it because it's kind of... It doesn't sound appetizing. I'm not going to lie. And I'm a vegan, but like I eat honey, so like roach milk, synthesized roach milk, which wouldn't even come from real roaches. Morally, I feel like that's fine. But, ugh, it's just, it seems gross. It seems gross. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, would you guys eat roach milk? Drink roach milk? I love bugs, but roach milk has to be one of the worst things. Name a product, even if it's correct. I mean, yeah, I don't even know what they would... Maybe they'd go with, like, bug milk. And just wouldn't, like, openly advertise that it's roach milk, but, like, Diploptera has something to suckle from, while Thorax babies pierce. No. Pseudoglomerus are the ones that have something to suckle from. Specifically, I know Pseudoglomerus magnifica specifically does. They have pores at the base of their leg joints, which their first instar babies that cling to their underside feed from. And I think arboreal Perispherus also have that. And I'm not sure if the other ones do. If like I know the species of Perispherus and Pseudoglomerus that carry their babies under them, I know that they feed them with the pores from their legs. I don't know if the ones that don't carry their babies do. Like Perispherus punctatus or Horianus or Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. But their babies are awfully immature looking, like underdeveloped looking, even in those species. So they may also feed them from pores in their legs. I'm not sure. Someone needs to do some studies on that. Even the information on the Pseudoglomerus magnifica and arboreal Perispherus is kind of scant and not well understood. But yeah, and then Thorax, just the baby. Thorax babies are like, I don't give a F. They just bite into the mom and drink her blood. It's crazy. No, Diploptera don't pierce. The mothers, when they extrude the babies, which Diploptera are especially weird because they're not oviviparous, they're viviparous. They incubate their babies individually within them instead of within egg cases, instead of with internal oothicas. They just individually incubate each nymph and then they pop them out. So they have pretty small litters usually. But when they give birth to the babies, they then extrude, I think from their rear end. I don't know where exactly it comes from. But they extrude a milky secretion. I think it's, as the babies are born, it's kind of like an amniotic, milk. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just goop that is extruded when they birth the nymphs, and then they eat that as their first meal. And it's apparently like really rich in protein, high in protein, and that's why scientists want to isolate it, because like synthesize it, because it's an alternative protein source and a very rich protein source at that. But now I need to go fill up my water pump sprayer. Oh no, I've destroyed everything. Did I? Where did this move? Okay. Can you even see? Why do I feel like this went down a bit? Okay, well, I ruined the camera rig, and also I need to fill up my water. So I will be back shortly, like a minute or two. It takes a while to fill up this 2-gallon jug. I'm back. Ugh. I'm back. Let me drink some water, actually. Excuse me. Alright, where were we? Arenovaga bins. This is Arenovaga species Hesperia, California. Look at that male. Look at that male, that gorgeous modeling on that. These are undescribed. New species. And no one cares because no one's working on revising, not revising, but it's describing new Arenovaga species. Boo-hoo. What do we got here? Mictoniscus medcoffey, Alabama. A couple fish food pellets. A little mist. Done. Did I miss anything? Ooh. Very cool. Cheers, man. Cheers to you. Any who heading to bed. Cheers, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Good night. Alright, what do we have here? These are my Parcoblata caudelli, which need a bigger bin. Come on, Sergeant. Right. Yeah, I need to get these in like at least a gallon. Oh, soon. They're like pre-subs at this point. These are one of the Are they the only? No, there are a couple other. Okay, these are the one of the only Macropteris Parkobata species where both sexes are Macropteris. So both sexes fully winged. I think the females can even fly. So that's pretty cool. There's a species similar to Parkobata virginica that's pretty rare. That is also Macropteris in both sexes. Maybe one or two other undescribed species. There's also quite a few undescribed Parkobata. Someone is working on that, though, so that's good. But our native roaches need some love in the world of taxonomy, because there's quite a few waiting to be described that we already know of. But no one cares. No one cares. Poor things. If they're not described, if we don't know about them officially, then we can't take steps to protect them, to protect their habitats. And, you know, some of them have pretty restricted ranges. So it's important that things get described and formally recognized by science so that we can then make moves to protect them. And it's unfortunate that it is taking so long for some things like native roaches and native isopods, because no one cares about them. And, I mean, yeah, a lot of the U.S. is being developed right now. Even here in Idaho, it's crazy how much land is being, what was once farmland and fields and stuff is now just new housing, stores. Like, development's, you know, it's alright, we need it as a species, but could be a bit smarter about it. And it is sad to see those fields disappearing and all those species, all that biodiversity being lost. I think we're getting in some proposed AI data centers around here too, which is dreadful. We're gonna drag our electricity prices up and destroy tons of habitat, use up a bunch of water, which is already, you know, we're not hurting for water as much as some of the other states south of us are, but still, I mean, we're in the desert. Is it really such a good idea? No, it's not, but whatever. Too late. What are these? These are more Aranavaga. I'm kind of skipping over these. I'm sorry. Kind of trying to speed up a little because I'm like almost halfway done. Maybe about halfway done with this shelf, and would like to get through it here soonish. You know, not within a couple hours at least. There's some dead males. These are Aranavaga species Mescalero dunes, another undescribed species from Mescalero dunes, New Mexico. At least that is an area that is not going to be developed, at least not that specific area. So that's good. These guys will be safe. But yeah, these are pretty cool little Aranavaga species. And then I did maintenance on those already. Did I feed them? Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, what are these? These are Derapeltis species RSA, Republic of South Africa. Small. They're the smallest Derapeltis species in the hobby. And high vent, high humidity. That's how Derapeltis seem to like it. And I think I have adult females in here, but no adult males yet. Here's... can I get it? Come on. There we go. That's an adult female of the Derapeltis RSA. Very small. So small. SMOL. Small. Adorable. Little velvet roach. So yeah, those are cute. Alright, what do we got here? These, I just rehoused these a couple days ago. Mesh. And this is a bigger enclosure than they were in. These are my Parcoblata americana, Boise, Idaho. I collected these myself. The only native roach known from Idaho, although I am recently starting to wonder if these were actually brought over from California. Because I have not seen these in any other part of the state. And that part is right outside the Boise Botanical Gardens, so like they could have been brought in with plants from like California maybe. It should be kind of a bummer because then they're not technically native, but I mean they're found in literally like every close by state. Like they're in California, Oregon, and I think even maybe far southern Washington. I'm not sure. So, you know, close enough, but I haven't seen them anywhere else other than Boise. But it might just be that I've been unlucky. I mean, they're kind of hard to find even in Boise, so may or may not be Idaho natives, but I mean, they're definitely Idaho naturalized now in Boise. Boise, whatever. Listen, I'm not a native. All right, I was born in New Hampshire. I know some of the native Idahoans put up a fuss when you pronounce it Boise instead of Boise. But as you can see, I don't care. These are Stignoma. I feel like the camera isn't as good as it was before. I feel like it's not covering the enclosures. But these are, let's see, there's some under here. Oh, there's some on in the moss there. These are Stignoma. Nah, I gotta show off a better one than that. Come on. Stignoma spinifera. No, not Stignoma. They're not Stignoma anymore. They just got moved. Neoscotolemon spinifer is the new name. Neoscotolemon spinifer from, these are from Flamingo Everglades, Florida. There's two populations there. One is dark, nearly black as adults. Okay, the camera is freaking out. And then these ones, though, are orange. This is the more traditional, more common morph of this species, it seems. Hopefully, I don't even know if that's showing up on the camera. It's hard for me to see the way that is. Alright, well, maybe there's some better. There you go. Look at that. That's better. That's better. I need to toss in some more micro roaches. I think these have exhausted their food source. Next bin I open up that has too many Compsotes in it, I'll toss those in here. But yeah, so these are cute little harvestmen. These guys will eat the fish food pellets that I just dumped in here, as well as springtails and micro roaches and maybe some micropods, but I haven't tried using those yet. What's next? Ooh, these are pretty. These are... Well, let's see if I can entice them to sit still on taking this video. These are Baltanaculata. These guys are super radical, very, very attractively patterned. A lot of very ornate patterning on them. And you can't see any of them. They're all hiding. Really? You gonna do that to me? Here, let's see if I can coerce one onto my hand. Alright, well there's an adult. Where did it go? Okay, here you are. Jeez Louise. These are not the calmest species. Alright, you know what? There we go. Now they're eating. Now you can see them. Maybe. If the camera wants to focus. There we go. Kind of. You can kind of see them. Very pretty species. Baltanaculata. A small spotted roach. Yeah, these guys are super cool. Pretty hardy. I was struggling with them for a bit. I don't know why, because doing very well for me now, and I didn't really change anything. I've been keeping them pretty well ventilated, but high humidity. I think, again, a lot of these roaches, a lot of these more tropical arboreal species, they really like high humidity, but like low surface moisture. And so I think it's that I'm using these artificial fern fronds, which a lot of these arboreal species seem to like. I think that because they're not really absorbent. So the water just kind of falls off and dries off of them very quickly. Even if the substrate's fairly moist, it doesn't really wick that moisture upwards. So I think a lot of these species that enjoy high humidity but low surface moisture really like these artificial fern fronds, which I got from Walmart. And yeah, they seem to use them a lot as hides, and that might be some of my key to success there. It's just not, they're not wet, but they are humid. This is a Farnus Maisie female, for which I am hoping to find a male, but no one has any that they want to trade me. I think she's got water stains on her. Which is crazy because it's not like she hasn't molted. She molted like several months ago, but it's weird. I've never really had water stains develop. Unless it's like a wax that they exude. That might just be a wax that they exude to prevent dehydration. I'm not sure. She kind of looks like she's covered in mold and mildew, right? Kind of weird. But, I mean, she always ends up looking like this. And again, she molted like a few months ago. Not a few, like 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, these are really cool. I love whip spiders. So cool. And again, I don't like things that I have to keep separately, but I wouldn't mind breeding this female at least once, you know, getting a brood out. Just for the experience and to further the species' presence in the hobby, you know. She has food in there already, though. Don't need to feed her. Alright. And this. And now we're getting into, this is going to be like, what, 12 bins of isopods here. These I'll blitz through because it's really not intensive care, but these are Armadillidium vulgar magic potion. Very pretty. I'm having some difficulty orienting the video. It's kind of trippy. Yeah, this is a Armadillidium vulgar magic potion slash Nocticola Vegas Malaysia bin. The Nocticola doing quite well in here. This was a pre-mesh era bin. As you can see now it's meshed. But pre-mesh ventilation means anything could have gotten here. And that includes the Nocticola. This still does not have mesh. My Cubaris Amber Firefly light color form. And again, wouldn't you know it? Well, guess what's in there? Nocticola. So many Nocticola. Yeah, these guys are really cool. These are very hardy. These have bred much better for me and quicker and more consistently than the normal Amber Fireflies. Kill that Pyros. Which, I don't know if that just means this particular strain or bloodline or whatever is hardier, or if the two are actually different species. I don't know if we actually have records that the light color form were isolated from the Amber Fireflies, or if they're just a different locality that the collectors assumed was a different species and labeled as such. The isopod lineage tracing is horrible because they don't... The people collecting and exporting these pods from Southeast Asia are not giving us any locality information, and they are not very liberal with the information they give away about any given species or strain, so you're kind of just left to pick up the pieces yourself. But these are... none of them are sticking to the bark. Cool. Well, you can kind of see my Cubaris species rubber ducky, lemon ducky. These are a basically white, kind of pinkish morph of the rubber ducky, Cubaris species rubber ducky. The middle segments that are usually gray in that species are white or pinkish in this morph. Pretty cool. There was one I had, Kyle sent me these, and one of them was a little bit more orangish in the middle. Kind of looked more like a blonde, so I did cull that one out. So that's not what I'm going for here. But, yeah, so these guys. Pretty cool. Can't wait to see adults of those. Those are a pretty recent addition. Alright. More isopods. What do we got? What do we got? What are these? Oh, these are Porcellio succinctus, the normals. The normal. Look at that. And Compsodi Schwartzy, and Nocticola Vegas. What's new? Every video, every reel I ever post about the isopods, always like a decent majority of the comments are usually asking what the micro roaches are, which is pretty funny. Even when I put in the video what they are, I still get comments asking what they are. It's like, I already said, but okay. Yeah, these are doing pretty well. I was getting a little worried. These were something that I had Ricketettia problems with. They had Ricketettia. They had a bit of a die-off as a result, but they have since purged themselves of it and are doing fine, and they're breeding again. So all's well that ends well. Ricketettia. Yeah, I really should sterilize my leaf litter going forward, especially. I know the source that I'm getting my leaf litter from currently. It consistently gives stuff Ricketettia. But that's a lot of work. If I don't sterilize it, at least with Ricketettia, the isopods do get over it, and then it seems like they don't. Once they have cured themselves of Ricketettia, it doesn't seem like they ever get it again. So I'm kind of just going with that instead, because I don't care enough about isopods to bother sterilizing everything. Roaches, beetles, all my insects, I sterilize everything, because if they get entomophagus fungus, they're kaput, you know? It's very difficult to salvage them from that, and I like them more. Isopods, you know, they're cool, but they're just not my favorites. So I don't know. They can go through. And you know, I'm breeding a stronger strain that's resistant to Ricketettia. So if anything, kind of doing a public service, because then my strain's immune to Ricketettia, and then whoever gets them from me doesn't really have to worry about it. Maybe not immune, but at least very resistant to. So you know, it's kind of like herd immunity if you think about it. Like Dwight Schrute from The Office, he said. If you guys really cared about us, you'd give us hand desanitizing stations. Think about that, you know? Build up immunity. And then Jim, like, sneezed in his face. But yeah, with roaches and things that are actually susceptible to entomophagus fungus, I don't mess around with that, because that is really not. They don't build resistance to that. You either cure them of it, and they either die, or you cure them of it, and if they ever get it again, they will die too. So they don't build resistance. They just kills them. So I sterilize all their stuff. But isopods, they can get over it. These are Porcellio Hoffmannseggi whiteout, and these are one such case of something that has Ricketettia, and they are getting through it. I think a couple of these females are gravid, so they seem to be getting through it okay. But yeah, I think the spin got Ricketettia. A lot of Compsodis. But yeah, these should start breeding again here soon. Some of those females are gravid. Won't be long. And then I know my orange Hoffs also had Ricketettia, and they're taking a while to get themselves over it, but they have started breeding again, and I think they're gonna be okay. These, what are these? These are these are my Armadillidae species Miyako. Little Japanese isopods, but these are specifically orange ones that I have pulled out, because I'm going to try to isolate orange cultures, which I know other people have done that in this species already. So I figured I might as well do it on my own. And, you know, that way I don't have to trade for a culture. I just make it myself. Because, yeah, I really like this species, so pretty cool. Yeah, these like it pretty moist, and they don't need a lot of ventilation. And to make the orange a little more orange, give them some of them beta carotene fish flakes, which is funny. So this is what I use for isopods that I think will benefit from using beta carotene, like that will their colors pop. So anything like yellow or orange that's not naturally yellow or orange, but clearly gets it from their diet. And even some that are naturally yellow or orange, but this helps them pop. I give them these tetraciclid floating fish pellets, the color enhancing specific. Because Kyle sent me lemon blue, Cubar species lemon blue, last year, and then his crashed and died. And mine are doing fine. And I only bred up enough of them to send to him. But when I got them from Kyle, they were basically like whitey blues. I don't know. They were not lemon. They were not yellow at all. They were like white with the bluish insides. And and I started feeding them those pellets, and all of a sudden they started getting yellow again, like really yellow. And so I just sent him those like a week or two ago. And he gets them from me. These yellow Armadillidae maculatum. I also give the pellets. And he gets them, and he messages me, and he's like, "How are your lemon blues so lemony?" Like, it's all in the fish pellets. All in the fish pellets. That beta carotene, that easily bioavailable beta carotene. And maybe astaxanthin. I don't think this has astaxanthin in it. As can and anthazanthin. I don't know. I can't read. Canvaxanthin. I don't know if that's color enhancing, but there's that in it too. And it really makes isopods pop. I think a lot of them are probably eating like lichen or something in the wild that are, while not inherently needed for their survival, is how they're getting their colors boosted. Either that or the leaf litter they're eating specifically might still have some sort of carotenoids in it. Who knows? But yeah, while not necessarily for their survival or for them to thrive, that's what gives them their color. So absent that, they kind of fade to white in captivity. But I find that stuff works just fine to get their colors back up, and yeah, so that's what I feed a lot of those species. Alright, let's see here. You want to speed up the time for gluing the holes. You could apply thick glue, then flatten it up with something like an old gift card. I do that sometimes. Well, like see here with the top here, because what I do is I cut out the holes, right? I put the mesh on, and then I glue, the sides, and then I go back and glue up all the holes, because no point in gluing up all the holes and cutting the plastic out, and like all that glue that I wasted plugging up the holes in that piece of plastic gone to waste. So with this stuff that's hard to reach, like through the the folds of the mesh here, I will like lay down a thing of glue and then just swipe it over. And that would save time if I did that with all of it, but it wastes more of the glue. I don't know how much more though. Honestly, I might have to do that. That might be more efficient. I'm gonna try that out actually. Next enclosure I glue up, I'm just gonna put a big thing of hot glue, and then I also do it's a hot glue gun, so it's like there's only a thin strip that you can exude out before it starts to cool. So, but yeah, I might have to try that because that would definitely save some time. And these are my Hoffmannseggi, my orange Hoffmannseggi. These guys don't need no beta carotene. They are naturally very vibrant. And so, okay, I really need to do this. So that guy definitely has Ricketettia. Can you see? He's got those white, and it's kind of like freckly. It's not like a clean white stripes in between those borders. It's freckly, and it like freckles into the orange. So that one's still got some Ricketettia. He's surviving through it somehow. But versus these guys are clean, pretty clean. So that's an example of what Ricketettia looks like in living isopods. Sometimes it's not as obvious as that, but then you also see he's like moving funny too, right? Like, he's not... It's kind of hard to see. His legs are a little bit more stiff. He doesn't seem to have quite as much mobility. Kind of confused, labored movements. So that's what Ricketettia looks like, I suppose. And that's what this colony is going through right now. But they are breeding. And most of the subsequent generation is coming out healthy, vibrant, not Ricketettia infested. So kind of just letting them go through the motions. Pretty soon here, they should be just healthy individuals. And then it'll all be fine. And I did see Minka in here recently, so... Oh, they're probably burrowed down in the top layer substrate. Yeah, see, like, that one's fine. Yeah, so... They will be fine, but it does make your colony stall out a little bit, so that's unfortunate. So if you have the time and capability, I definitely recommend sterilizing your leaf litter, because what little microbes they might gain sometimes just isn't worth the risk. For me, in my case, when I have so many species and I don't have the time to be cooking up big batches of leaf litter, like, then it makes more sense for me to just leave it. But for people with smaller collections who have the time, I would recommend sterilizing your stuff, because it, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And Ricketettia is not the only thing you can get from leaf litter. Sometimes you can get actual, like, live pests. I mean, if you freeze it, usually that gets rid of that, but some mites persist. Some things can survive freezing. Nematodes, certain fly eggs, I think. Pyralis, moths love hiding in leaf litter. Possibly how I got mine. So yeah, I'm team sterilization, which I know is an increasingly unpopular team in the big isopod hobby, but I mean, I've been through the trenches. I've seen what the effects of it are, so, you know. It definitely doesn't hurt as much as people say it does. Oh, if you feed the isopods the leaf litter that's been sterilized, it has no nutritional value, they're all gonna die. That completely false. Completely false. It literally makes little to no difference. Colonies I've given sterilized leaf litter to, compared to non-sterilized leaf litter, same results. I've never noticed a difference. The only difference I notice is that the sterilized stuff doesn't give them illnesses. So, yeah, there's that. These are Cubar species Opal, which... These guys are confusing. I don't know what they really want. They seem to want... There's one. They're doing okay. They're just not really proliferating, and this seems to be a common problem people have with them. I just gave them this thing of moss, which I don't know if they like, maybe. Who knows? I've seen them clinging to it sometimes. But yeah, those guys are one of the weirder Cubars. I don't really know what they want from me. Hey, someone was asking about Porcellio orneri earlier. Boom. Look at that. Doing pretty well. If my camera would focus. There we go. Yeah, pretty cool. You know, it's kind of cool. Some of them come out with like silverback-ish looking markings, but then they always fade to just gray when they mature. I wouldn't mind silverbacks. I really... And you know, with how much these have crashed and then rebounded and crashed and like the subsequent probably like inbreeding from that, you'd think I'd have some morphs popping up by now, but no. Nothing. They're all just normal, wild types. Which, I mean, are very pretty, but could I get a whiteout or Dalmatian or two? That'd be cool. That'd be neato. But yeah, so these guys are doing pretty well. I should probably give them some more bark, I think. Soon. Yeah, give them a couple pieces of dog food they're chewing down. Yeah. I don't like it very moist. I like just a little bit of moist. I sprayed down this quarter of the enclosure and I'll slightly miss that side just to give them a little, some moist areas to retreat to, but for the most part they like it pretty dry. Same with a lot of Spanish Porcellio. Here we have one of the prettiest Spanish Porcellio, in my opinion. We got Porcellio bolivari. Longtime favorite of mine. These were a dream species back in the day when we didn't really have any of the exotic species in the hobby. Or not the common European inventives. Yeah, these, can I just hold on? Okay, they don't want to cooperate that well. But these guys, super pretty. Again, these used to be a dream species, unattainable for the U.S. hobbyist. And then suddenly we had them in like a dozen other Spanish Porcellio species, and they were super rare. Everyone was clamoring over them. Everybody and their brother wanted them. And now the Spanish Porcellio have just kind of fallen to the wayside. The Cubaris craze, as I call it, has just kind of swept them under the rug along with so many other types of isopods. But I really love the Spanish Porcellio. Really unique body morphologies. You get some really beautiful coloration and contrasts with them that you just don't see in Cubaris that often. And yeah, these guys do pretty well for me. High vent. I keep maybe like a third to half the enclosure humid, the rest dry. And yeah, they do pretty dang well. Very, very pretty species. I love them. Love them a lot. A lot of people say sterilized, it kills bacteria. I'm thinking to myself, when they say that heat will kill bacteria, but the dead bacteria is still there to eat, no? Yeah, right? I mean, they're detritivores. They want to eat dead things anyways. But I think what they're saying is it kills, like, beneficial bacteria that are helpful for their guts. But here's the thing. Okay. Hold on. Let me just get some new enclosures to take care of. Okay, even if that's true, here's the thing. If beneficial bacteria for their guts, right? They're gonna already have it in their guts. Unless you got freshly born babies that were ripped from their mother, ripped from the colony before they could have a chance to be exposed to that gut bacteria by eating their parents or siblings or cousins' frass, right? In the same enclosure. Then they already have the bacteria in their guts. When they poop, that bacteria will recolonize the substrate or whatever that you have them on. So even if you have a completely sterile setup, once you put living things back in there, that their gut bacteria, that's going to be reintroduced to the setup like immediately. And if you have a setup that's already established and you put sterilized stuff into it, who cares? That setup already has so much bacteria and beneficial or not in it already. Like what you would have added with the leaf litter that you sterilized would not make a difference. If it's bacteria that's important for them to digest stuff, they already have it in them. Unless, again, you have babies that were ripped from their parents and have no way to reobtain that bacteria. In which case, the bacteria that most things have in their guts to digest, like cellulose and stuff, which is, I assume, what these people are talking about, usually very specific to that species, usually obtained, again, by eating their parents' frass, and usually that's not the bacteria they're going to encounter on the random leaf litter you give them. It's not going to have that on it. It's just, it's stupid. That's dumb. So no, that's, fallacy. I don't believe that it has any merit to it whatsoever. So, yeah. Now, for things like, Brachycybe millipedes. Those are Hyperichnota Panama, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. Cute little burrowing roach species. Males are winged, females wingless. Cute. Rare, but not because they're difficult. It's because no one wants them. And this is Arenovaga 10X. And a ton of Pyralis. No, see, I went off on a tangent. I don't remember what I was talking about. Talking about leaf litter. Sterilize leaf litter. Yeah, I don't know. Just sterilize your stuff, man. Unless you don't care what happens. Then it's fine. But, yeah, I completely forgot. I had a point, and I forgot what I was trying to make. Oh, my God. And this Aranavaga female has been webbed into a pyralis moth tube. It has been constructed into the tube. She is still alive and trying to get out. But this pyralis has put it in the tube. It made it part of the tube. Oh my god. It's kind of difficult to get it off too. Oh my god, these things are evil, man. I hate them so much. There we go. Look, now she's fine. Oh my gosh, evil. And I feel the pyralis in there too. Ugh. Yeah, gross. I hate them. 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 These probably came in with unsterilized leaf litter from my Isopod. I mean, I've had pyralis before, though, even when I was sterilizing stuff. They're just a common moth in my area, unfortunately. Yeah, lucky timing. Exactly, yeah. But if I hadn't found that female, she would have just been stuck in there. Ew, I'm getting so many caterpillar guts on me. Ugh. It's yucky, yucky, yucky. But there's not that many tubes in here, so this will kill off a decent bit. Yeah, whenever I can, I do try to smash these tubes in enclosures with looser substrate. It makes it easier to sift through and get them. But yeah, these are Aranavaga tenax Socorro, Texas. Texas? Yes, Texas. I also have Aranavaga tenax from Rodeo, New Mexico. Both recently confirmed tenax by Alan John, who is the GOAT and has been dissecting hobby male Aranavaga that I sent him, and he's been keying them out with Heidi Hopkins' Aranavaga 2014 revision paper, which has a nice helpful key to all the species. Alright, I think that's good. Alright. Look at all them little baby Aranavaga coming out. This is a very healthy culture. Aranavaga are a good example of something that I very rarely change the substrate of, because I start them out in like cocoa fiber usually, except for like samophiles that need sand. But they eventually like wear the coconut fiber down into dust basically, and it's like the same like texture and type of dust that they'll usually live in at the bottom of rodent burrows or like water boxes out in the desert, you know, when they get into them. And that light duffy layer, and that's exactly the type of substrate they like. So as long as most of it's kept dry and it doesn't compact, you know, they do not care. And I'm finding, we used to think oh my god, look at this. Ugh. We used to think that leaf litter was very important for a lot of choroidiids, but I'm finding it's really not for most of them. Certainly Aranavaga, you know, they'll nibble at it for sure, and they will eat it down over time, but it doesn't actually seem to be necessary for a lot of them, so I kind of go a while in between refreshing their setups and giving them leaf litter. But, and what was my point with that? I don't know. Basically, dust. They like living in dust. That is what they live in the wild. Just this light, duffy, you know, dusty substrate. There we go. These are Aranavaga tonkawa, Ector County, and my population of, well, I think there's a couple Dalmatians, but these are the normal, the Walmart Armadillidium vulgar. Armadillidium vulgare, the roly-polies that I started from a single female that I caught at the Walmart that I worked at for a bit. This is their enclosure, too. So this setup, I do give leaf litter every now and then, because the Armadillidium want it. But, and the Aranavaga do eat it, too. Yeah, so that's their main enclosure. Ugh. These are Aranavaga nalepe from Bakersfield, California. I have another line that Alan sent me that we think might also be nalepe, although I don't know. from Ramona, California. The female looks like an Alepe female, but I haven't had any males pop up yet. It was just the one wild-caught female, and she birthed a lot of, not birthed, but she laid a lot of oosts, and those hatched into a bunch of nymphs. But they look paler than these, and with less markings, so I don't know. But, let's see if I can find an adult. There's certainly a lot of nymph, Nalepe in here. Looks like I got some sub-adults, too. But, an adult female, here we go. An adult female. Cute little sand roaches. I love Aranabaga so much. So underrated. Such cool U.S. natives. And there's such diversity, too. And lots of undescribed species as well. Yeah, adorable, adorable little sand roaches. And these guys actually do like sand. These Nalepe, I find they prefer a more inorganic mix. So there's a little bit of coconut fiber mixed in here, but it's mostly sand. I tried just keeping them on cocoa fiber alone, and they didn't really love it. So yeah, some Aranabaga are true sand roaches. They really do prefer sand, but others don't care. More sand roaches. These are more Aranabaga. These are from Amboy, California. Ooh, okay, that's a fresh one. Freshman female. Alright, I suspect... Yeah, hold on. I think there are two species in this mix. I think one... This one... I think this is Aranabaga investigata. That's a fresh adult female. She's covered in sand, so it's kind of hard to see. Yeah. Okay. So two species. This one's Aranabaga investigata. The other one... Alright, so I gotta separate these out then. Well, that's good, because I needed Aranabaga investigata, because I lost my Imperial Dunes ones. But... Interesting. Oh, great. So yeah, it's a mix of Aranabaga. I think it's two different species. One's investigata. The other is a little bit more like a typical looking Aranabaga. So I'm gonna have to go through and separate these as they mature so I can figure out, so I can isolate clean cultures of both. Hopefully I have enough to culture both. We'll see. But yeah, okay. That's interesting. Well, hopefully I can get cultures of both going. That'd be cool. Two species from Amboy, California. Alright, so now I gotta pay close attention to that. I'm gonna give these some pellets instead of a big chunk of dog food, because there's so few of them. Die! Be gone, Pyralis. Alright, neat. Got two species in that mix. Roach was completely fine. Was completely... Can't read that part. It's covered by the freaking camera stick. Oh well. Alright, what do we got here? We got... Paratemnoides, nidificator. The communal... very communal species of pseudoscorpion. Get that hair out of here. Yeah, these guys, super cool, uniquely cylindrical species. I really like them. They're like little sausages with pinchers, basically. But these guys are unique as far as pseudoscorpions go, because they basically only eat like roaches, like micro-roach-sized prey. They won't eat springtails. Whereas pretty much all my other pseudoscorpions only eat springtails or springtail adjacent things. So these are kind of easier for me because I don't have to, well, they're definitely easier for me because I have so many micro-roaches, and also they won't eat each other. Or at least they really don't like eating each other. So, whereas all the springtail eaters have no problem eating their own babies on a whim. So, yeah, these guys definitely easier. These are Aranabaga species. No, the Aranabaga tonqua DOT rest area, Arizona. Another cute sand roach species. Pretty standard looking though. These are Arnavaga Miller Canyon. I don't have a ton of these. These are still establishing. Had a bit of a rocky start, but I think they're gonna be fine. These are Arnavagus Tonkawa Swaharita. Perfect. I gotta start speeding through these, man. I'm getting, it's getting late. Getting late. Alright, what do we got here? Tagaloblatta, Keisaisen, Okinawa, Japan. Just had to reestablish a colony of these. Because my old colony got entomophagus fungus somehow. But I got some new ones set up here. Yeah, they don't want to show up on camera. You know, eventually these hides will be so overrun with them that it will be easy to show them off. But right now, not so much. Alright, what do we got here? Pseudomops septentrionalis, pale bordered field roach. These guys are super cool. This enclosure definitely needs revamped though. It is getting quite degraded. And they're still breeding, but now that there's pyralis in here, I kind of want to get this revamped. Yeah, these guys are super cool. Colorful. US. I think they're actually invasive to the US from Central America, but they spread kind of naturally upwards. So, hard to say. They're you know, naturalized, native, sort of. These are Parcoblatta zebra woods roach. Cool. One of the prettiest Parcoblatta, in my opinion. Very stripy nymphs and females. Super cool. These need rehoused to something bigger, but these are my Ricketettia species Uvida. Species Uvida, Costa Rica. Fairly big species of Ricketettia. And again, these definitely need rehoused to something bigger. There's a decent bit hiding under those egg crates. But yeah, I should probably put these in a 5-gallon. Might cohab these with like a Princessia strain or something. Oh, misfire. Yeah, these guys, pretty cool. Again, another very underrated species. New to the hobby, too. Fairly medium-large, blatted. Alright, what do we got here? Oops. Hermetica strumosa. I just gave these new substrate. I need to give them deeper substrate. Oh, and the reject Androhomina, freaking big black Androhomina cross. This one's a reject male. I didn't like his markings. Too big blacky. Not quite enough of a stripe going through the middle for my tastes. I have a few reject adults. This male and a couple females so far that I might offer up on auction or something, just because, you know, don't need ones that are not matching my specifications. Okay, so these, a lot of Galablatta Keisaisen in here, but these are the Hermetica strumosa. Super cool, chunky species, and hopefully with the new substrate they will, and I'm keeping them drier, should start really popping off, but there's some nymphs in here for sure. So they're doing alright. I'm just just gonna put one piece of apple. They don't seem to be eating a ton of it. But the dog food they are, so that's it. Alright. This is just a little cup with some Polyphaga plankii I'm trying to incubate in a new method because I can't get them to hatch in their own setup for some reason. We'll see if that ends up working. These are Hybridizing species, Bangui, X Afrostylopiga species. These guys, I just moved them to this bin. I'm hoping they'll take off. I think the bin I had them in previously was just a little too well ventilated. I think they wanted a little bit more humid, high air humidity, and high moisture. So trying that out. Hopefully they'll breed here soon. There's some adults, but they're all hiding at the moment. These, Kyle is supposed to send me more. I gotta ask him. He was supposed to ship out this week. Some more Hemithar ceravitata. Just these guys, again, they give me a lot of problems, but I want to set them up in a 5-gallon here. So I have a 5-gallon, a new tote for them. Haven't put the ventilation in yet, but I want to wait until I have enough to throw in there all at once to kind of trigger the Ali effect, because there's like 10 nymphs in here, and that's not enough. Throwing these in a 5-gallon probably wouldn't go too well right away. You know, there's just not enough of them, and they're gonna be, you know, they do better when there's a bunch of them at once to colonize a larger area. So I just have them in this smaller bin for now, but they're very pretty species. I really hope this generation I can have some more luck with them. This try, because they're just so finicky, but not nearly as easy as Hemithar cicera palliata. And good luck getting good footage of these. These will not sit still. Very attractively patterned species, but super hyper. All right, what do we got here? Neoblatella detersa. Get some footage of those nymphs. Highly ornately patterned. Cute little pseudophilodromids. And there's a bunch of adults in there as well, doing their thing. The camera's like weirdly, it's like it tries to focus, I think, on the carpet instead of what I'm holding up to it, and then it just kind of goes nuts. But yeah, those guys are cool. Yeah, just put some dog food there. Yeah, I'm really digging these Walmart jugs as roach enclosures, especially for the more arboreal climbing small species. And just ventilate the lid fully and then leave the rest unvented. And seems to work pretty well for a lot of them. At least for me. If I lived in a more humid climate, give them side ventilation as well. But here it dries out just fine. I live in a desert, high desert. This is my Compsodi Schwartzy bin that they don't breed in as well as they do in all my Hisser bins for some reason, because these things are like springtails for me, right? Like, it's just, They breed so well, and everything they accidentally get into, but in their own dedicated bin, they're not popping off quite as much. I mean, there's still hundreds of them in here, but there are like thousands in some of my hisser bins, and I don't get it. I keep them the same, but they must benefit from eating like hisser frass. That has to be from Isopod and roach frass. That must be like a thing they like eating. Weirdos, weird little guys. All right, let's move that over. These Grylus Firmus, I'm just gonna, well, first of all, my Grylus Firmus bin in general needs a revamping, because guess what? Pyralis. Way too many. And they don't care, but I do. Too many. But, these, so basically the Grylus throw out two different color forms. The Firmus throw out two different color forms. One's more light-bodied, as nymphs, and the other is dark, but it is the same species. And so to prove it, I isolated some of these lighter ones and bred them separately from the darker ones, and lo and behold, they produced dark nymphs and light nymphs. So yeah, because I sold some to a guy, and he was like, oh, there's two species in here, but they were started from a single female that Kyle collected from Alabama, Fort Morgan, Alabama. And so Kyle's like, that's impossible. He hasn't mixed them with anything. I haven't mixed them with anything. But the guy's like, oh yeah, there's definitely two species in here. One's lighter, one's a... But no, they're the same species. It's just a variable species that throws out multiple color forms. And that's even recorded in papers, by the way, by David Weissman. I think he has a paper when he revised Grylus. Or at least did some heavy reworking of it. And pretty sure he mentions in that paper that Firmus are variable across their range and have different color forms, so yeah, makes sense. These are Parcoblata virginica. They're all hiding up in there, but Parcoblata virginica from Park Crossing, Alabama. Finally got a mature pair to, mature at the same time, so should have babies of those pretty soon. Pretty cool. These are my Loboptera decipiens from Trastevere, Italy. These guys, super cool. Some dead ones, but there's some live ones. Super cool. Love these guys. These need some revamping as well, it seems. Yeah, alright. Those are good. Lastly, the abortiva. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. These definitely need revamped. Their breeding has become very sporadic for me. They used to breed like rabbits, like roaches. But, yeah, these Blastoblata abortiva, I think I need to give them a revamp as well. Actually, get some fruit here. But, yeah. There's a few bins I need to go ahead and redo. But ironically, those are kind of low on the priority list since the abortiva are breeding in some of my hisser bins as well, so. But it is nice having a clean culture of those, so I should probably do that soon. These are my Lucy Hormetica grossi. These guys are very cool. Mega gold spot roaches. Love those. Super pretty. There's that. Open up another bag of apples. We've gone through an entire bag of apples already. I usually go through 3 a feeding period. 3 bags a week, basically. These are Planicus tenegitanus, and they're supposed to you keep them dry over the winter, and then you re-moisten them in the spring. That's what I've done, and the ooths did swell up a bit, but they've not hatched yet. Which has me a little concerned. I wonder if I need to give them a this enclosure, it doesn't look it, but it's actually pretty decently ventilated on the sides. Tons of pinholes. Might need more humid air, so I might have to put them in something with like little to no ventilation. So, these don't even need watered. They're fed right now. So my Chellifer canceroides, pseudoscorpions. You can see one there from Utah. And I've seen a couple females on eggs, so those are breeding. Hopefully we'll have offspring soon. What are these? These are my rodeo Aranavaga tenax. These are recovering from a crash from Alphidobius getting in their old bin, but this is a new bin. Lesser mealworm free, pyralis free too, wouldn't you know it? So they seem, I think they're already breeding, so they're recovering just fine. I need to put these in a gallon shoebox like most of my other isopods. These are Armadillidium corsireum, doing fine, but I think they just need more space to start breeding more consistently, I think. But these are like a wonkier version of a zebra isopods, basically. Armadillidium maculatum. But these are corsireum, so they're just kind of spotty. Gray and spotty. But yeah, these guys definitely could benefit from a rehouse as well. And then I can use this bin for more Aranavaga, which I'm going to need here soon. This and this and this. Alright. These are my roacha in a CF mite. Oh my god, look at them. Can you even see them? Sort of. Again, this ring light. Pros and cons. Cons, it freaking blinds you if you're trying to look through the plastic. But those are my little roacha in a peruana. No, not peruana. Roacha in a mete nymphs. At least they should be roacha in a mete. There's a slight chance they might be something different, but we will see what happens when that captive laid ooze I got from the same locale hatches. Okay, so in there. They go hype. These are very diurnal roaches. Because they're always on the lid during the day. But at night, they all go back to the fake foliage and just hunker down and hide. Let me give them fish pellets this time. Alright. And then this fruit is all dried up and stuck to the leaf, the fake plants. There we go. Probably should have removed this sooner. That's difficult. Okay. I'd like to get through this fast before they wake up from me messing around in their enclosure. So then they're all going to go to the lid. Try to get out. There's that. Cut up a couple pieces of fruit. Some apple. Seems to be mostly what they eat. I think they do eat a decent bit of the pollen though too. Just a light misting on the sides. And a little bit more. Let that go straight to the substrate. Alright. Good. Good, good, good. Perfect. Alright. Cynodillo species. Vietnam. Cool isopod species. Very fast, hyper active. You can see them start to run around there a little bit as I mist them down. These guys need some new leaf litter. Really cool. These guys don't seem to ever get Ricketettia. I think some isopods are just more immune to it than others as well. But yeah, these guys, I mean, I give them the same leaf litter I give everyone else, and they never got it. They just keep on trucking. Renovaga boliana, McAllen, Texas. These guys need some new leaf litter. For sure. Boliana seems to be one of the few Renovaga. I mean, again, they've been persisting for quite a while without it, but they eat more leaf litter than any of the other Renovaga I work with do. So at the very least, they like it. So I should probably give them some soon. But I definitely gotta sterilize it for them, because if they get a whiff of entomophagus fungus, it's game over. It's my Dinocheirus arizonicus? One of those. Big old mega pseudoscorpions. Still small for, you know, they're still small, but for pseudoscorpions, they're big. I don't know if there's any surface active ones even. Probably all hunkered down right now. But I did just feed these recently, so they should be pretty happy, pretty well fed. Yeah, I'm not seeing any on the surface. So, not showing any off today. These are my Euchoridia aenea from Vietnam. Euchoridia forceps. That is to say, the hobby stock specifically. Euchoridia forceps is still a valid species, but no one in the US or Europe has them. I think they may have just entered the Asian hobby, though. They're from Malaysia. So those are the nymphs. Cute little guys. But the adults are metallic and colorful, but I don't think there's any adults in here right now. So again, nothing too fancy to show off there. All right, let's get that like so. Hypericnoda species, Venezuela bin. These guys had a little bit of a crash. I need to get more from Ty Randall. Not even sure what happened. I think these may have gotten serratio or something. They're doing fine now. I got several adult females. They should be mated. and some nymphs as well. So like, even without a booster, I won't be able to recover those. But not sure what caused them to crash in the first place, which has me a little concerned. Because the survivors don't look like they got serratia, so I don't know. It's weird. Arenovaga species. No, Arenovaga apacha from DOT. Rest area, Arizona. These guys, there's so many of them in here. Cool to show off a female. Yeah, there's one. I think that's an adult. Pretty light colored one, but well, most of the time they come out darker than that. But there's a particularly reddish colored female. Is it even an adult? Yeah, it looks like it. Cute. Cute little sand roaches. I like these guys a lot. As far as Apache go, these are one of the lighter colored strains. The males don't have as much mottling on them as some other Apache strains do. These Capucina patula. There's one on the lid right there. You get back here. They're flat, velvety bark roaches. Super cool. I rehoused these to a bin with micro mesh in hopes of... They had a lot of micro roaches in with them that I didn't really want, and some kind of a heavy pyralis infestation. And I seem to have remedied that with the rehouse, but they haven't bred in a while, which has me a little concerned. I don't know if there's too much or too little ventilation, but I mean, I got adults of both sexes, some of them pretty fresh, so I'm hoping they'll start popping off again soon, but I'm not entirely sure why they haven't been breeding. Look at that though, look at that nice pair there. So hopefully they start popping off again. I think they just need higher air humidity, so I'm misting them a little bit more generously. But again, these guys, with most Xenobornids, they really like high air humidity, but low surface moisture. This bark needs to stay dry. So I just missed the substrate. I lightly missed the top just so that they have water to drink from the sides of the enclosure, but then I only missed the substrate down. Like so. A little piece of apple right there. And that's it. Hopefully they'll start popping off again soon. Those ones are a little more dicey. I was only able to send those out to a few people. So hopefully, worst case scenario, hopefully some of the people that got them from me will breed theirs, if mine fail. But that's worst case scenario. I do think they'll be fine. I just need to be patient. Give them a little more time. I did just rehouse them, so that can cause some stress that would delay births. And again, they like it, the air pretty humid, and they kind of stopped breeding around winter, which is when it gets super dry here. So, you know, come to think of it, now that it's getting a little bit more humid, now that spring has come, that might just get them popping off again. So, these are my Arenovaga Bulliana del Rio, what's left of them. I think there's just like a couple nymphs left in here, if that. So they're kind of kaput, but I'm still taking care of them just in case. Theria regularis, orange domino roach enclosure. There's like hundreds of nymphs in here. You wouldn't know it by looking at it, but there are tons of them. So, kind of a living pile of dirt. Yeah, these guys are doing super well. What do we got here? Ergala sulfoides. Big black beetle mimics. Doing very well. Lots of fresh adults. Should get a baby boom from those soon too. Euchoridia linglong. These guys have had, I think I've broken the diapause on these pretty effectively. Such a generational overlap that it didn't really matter that I didn't give them on this winter. They're still maturing in mass. Lots of adults of both sexes, so I should have a pretty substantial baby boom here soon, but let's see if I can get some decent footage of those. Lots of adults. So pretty. Love these guys. Super cool. Yeah. Very Frank the Tank. Oh, hey, Frank the Tank. Didn't even notice you were in here. I wasn't looking at the chat. But yeah, lovely colors on these guys. And, I mean, this ring light, you know, it's alright, but it doesn't compare to daylight. When you get these guys under sunlight, so pretty. Lots of blues on them that aren't really visible here. Blues and greens. Yeah, these guys are really nice. And I have tons of them. So, yeah, these guys, I don't think I'll need to give them a diapause anymore. So that's cool. Got these. I just rehoused these last night, I think. No, not last night. Night before last night. My Blaberus species Gyna, we're having a little bit of a issue. Their substrate was too dank, and some forward flies were causing some problems. So I just gave them some new substrate. Some chunky, it's an old pseudoscorpion substrate, actually. But those pseudoscorpions in question crashed because some dwarf whites got in there, and these guys will not mind dwarf whites, so I gave them that old substrate. Some cocoa fiber, cocoa coir chunks, sphagnum moss, dwarf whites, and maybe pseudoscorpions. But I don't think there are any left in there. I pretty thoroughly sifted through there to remove the remaining pseudoscorpions. Not that the roaches would care. But yeah, that was my old Hesperornis Livonia setups and substrate. So I'm hoping I was able to get out like 6 or 7 of the Hesperornis. So I'm hoping I can recover that colony, because I don't think anyone else is culturing those, except maybe some of my customers that got them from me, but I don't know. Alright, let me read chat though. I missed some chats for sure. Need Capucina. I assume that's in reference to Ergala Capucina. I had a bunch of them, and then they just like died instantaneously on me from a grain mite infestation of all things. But I was able to salvage some healthy looking ooths from that colony, and I'm hoping those will hatch out soon. If they don't, I'm going to have to get more from somebody. Lucky timing. Good thing to see the Hermeticar doing well. The ants get into my Vittata a couple months ago. Ooh, that's an unfortunate mishap, yeah. Still a couple dozen ants in there. Just trying to offer plenty of food till the ants die, lol. It's funny, the nymphs are ant mimics, so you'd think they'd, the ants wouldn't notice them, but yeah, that kind of sucks. I was never here. The Great Flood has started. Need Capucina. Making me hungry. They look like corn nuts. It's around 2:38 a.m. here. Yeah, you're on the East Coast. It's 12:41 a.m. here. Hoping to get this done within the next hour or so. We're almost to the last shelf, and the last shelf doesn't have a ton of enclosures, just a lot of big ones. My Schizopilia physicalis. These are kind of in the same boat as the Capucina, but I'm not as worried about them, and I think that they're going to give birth soon. And I just rehoused these. Again, I think I gave these too much. I moved them to an enclosure with micro mesh and fiddling about with the percentages here, but I think they had a little too much ventilation. But their lid had ventilation, so I replaced it with a lid that has none. And I did tape up one of these side ventilation ports that I think was just too much. I think they had too much ventilation. And so now, hopefully they'll give birth soon. Yeah, there's a bunch of them clustered in here, particularly. So hopefully, hoping for babies any day now. Slight misting above, and then yeah, mostly just water the substrate, really. Yeah, always sucks switching things over to new ventilation. You got to figure out, you know, what percentages. You know, you think you got it equivalent, you know, with the poked holes versus the mesh, but the mesh lets in more air and dries things out faster than the poked holes does. So still kind of figuring out how to get things back to what they were. But I think that should be good for those Schizopilia. Okay, and these I still haven't switched over to mesh yet, but these are my Hordeoeca peruana and Tagaloblatta caseacean culture at this point. Look at all those Tagaloblatta, jeez. But also, I got all them Hordeoeca. There's a decent bit, especially like under here. Oh my god, eesh. I need to redo this bin. There's too many Tagaloblatta. It's kind of insane. But there's still a good amount of Hordeoeca. They don't really seem to care. Oh, there's newborn Hordeoeca. They really don't seem to care. So, I mean, as long as the Hordeoeca are fine, I guess it doesn't really matter. But I don't love all the Tagaloblatta in here. Bit much. Could just throw in some Stignoma in here, honestly. They take care of those Tagaloblatta. Or I can just dump out the Tagaloblatta into Stignoma bin. Probably just do that. I keep saying Stignoma, but now it's, what is it, Neoscotomelon now? Stignoma has such a better ring to it, you know? Neoscotomelon, I mean, it's a mouthful. What was wrong with Stignoma, you know? But gotta stay up to date with taxonomy. Rather label things correctly than with what sounds cool. Let's get these all stacked back up. We are done with the second shelf. With the second to last shelf, I should say. So we are almost done. And once we're done with this shelf, I'm ending. That's it for maintenance for today. I do one shelf on Tuesday, another shelf on Wednesday, and then finish my last two shelves on Thursday. Usually is my schedule. Yeah, it takes me about 3 days to get through it. Not the entire day, but a decent chunk of it, you know, so. I mean, I can't even see how long this live stream's been going since it's covered up by the camera stick, but it's probably been a decent bit. I'm gonna bet that. Getting some more cool stuff. Let's see, those are quick. Have less ventilation than your revamped bins. Together with, yeah. So I might need to give my Schizopilia. Well, I taped up one of the side vents and I removed the lid ventilation. So I'm hoping that, plus I'm spraying the substrate a bit more so it's more of the substrate is moist. So hoping that bumps up the air humidity quite a bit and gets them popping. But definitely don't want to overdo it. Any plans for the wilderness this year? My plans for the wilderness have been dashed. I was hoping to fly to Asia this year, but tickets have gotten so freaking expensive thanks to this stupid war with Iran and oil prices rising, and U.S. plane tickets are also rising, and obviously the gas prices are rising. So now, like, a road trip is going to be super expensive. I wanted to drive down to California this spring, but I don't know if that's going to happen, because that's going to, just the gas money alone is going to be killing me there. And the flying is also going to be very expensive, so I don't know, man. My hopes on the shoestring budget that I have, you know, being self-employed and all, kind of up in the air. I don't know if I'll do any traveling this year other than within Idaho, which, you know, I'll still be hiking around here in Idaho for sure, so I at least have that. I would like to go further north here in Idaho this year and find some new locales. I want to find rubber boas. If I don't find a rubber boa this year, I'm going to cry. I searched so much last year for them, didn't find any, but I'm hoping further north I might have more luck. Yeah, this is Aspiducius cavernicola, CF cavernicola, from Rio Grande, Puerto Rico. Ah! My baby! Is fine. Got him. Well, this is just the male, though. I only have an adult male. The female, I had a pair, and the adult female died shortly after arrival. However, she gave birth to like 20 nymphs, so there's nymphs in there, so it's fine. Runner, I know. So, that's a colony there of about 20 nymphs, so that's good. And we have Aspiducius borquin. Really neat species. That female's staying real chill. And then there's the male. And these haven't bred yet, but Alan was kind enough to send me a culture of about 10 or so nymphs. So even if this female doesn't pop, I will have a colony going. So I definitely think she's getting plumper, so. And these, I did just decrease them. These and the cavernicola, I think, had too much ventilation, so I not only switched them over to mesh, but I also did drastically decrease their ventilation so as to raise the air humidity, and I think that will trigger this Aspiducius borquin female to pop. So, here's hoping. Alright, let's see here. Friendly tank. Hey, people talking. Oh, baby, a live stream. Oh, you're at the tail end of it, Alan. Only got bottom shelf's worth of enclosures left. These are my Bar species lemon blues with some I find they really like hiding under the moss, especially when it like dries up and plasters over. This moss comes to me courtesy of Behijager in the chat. Thanks, man. Alan asks, are they doing well for you? Mine seem to eat mostly fish flakes and fruits. Yes, mine don't really seem to devour the leaf litter they have, and I don't think they're eating the moss. They just like hiding under it. They mostly seem to eat the fish flakes, which is fine by me, because the fish flakes I feed them are color enhancing, so if that's mainly the thing they're eating, that's great, because it is enhancing their coloration greatly. I mean, look at that. Look at that yeller feller. There's a good amount of them under here. They do like coming out right after I miss them. I have trouble orienting this thing, but yeah, they're coming out pretty yellow too. Yeah, I just sent Kyle some. Kind of sent him like an 8 count because his died on him, and these are I got these from him. I'm pretty sure, right? I got these from Kyle, right? Not you, Alan. I don't think. Yeah, look how yellow those are. Really nice. I think I got these from Kyle. I'm almost positive. I think I did. I think I documented that on my blog. Oh, question was for Aspeducius. Oh. Yeah, they're doing well. Certainly the nymphs that were born from my Cavernicola female, and then, yeah, the nymphs from you are doing fine. Several of them have molted already. And my pair is doing well. I just think I think the female hasn't given birth yet because she doesn't, the air humidity was too low in here. But I've recently decreased the ventilation as of a couple days ago. So hopefully that triggers them to birth. But yeah, no, they're doing fine. I mean, they seem to be just like Hemi-leopistus, really, in terms of care. Make sure the lemon blues are good. Grylus for Firmus, aka my Pyralis bin. Look at that. Dreadful. Yeah, these need revamped because the substrate is just Pyralis tubes at this point. I think they're still breeding. Hold on, one of them just got out. Got it. Got it. That gives me an opportunity to show them off. My field crickets, Grylus fortis. This is a darker male, but again, like I said, they throw out two color forms, dark and light. But now that I proved that out with that other bin, I'm gonna here in a few weeks, hopefully, I'm gonna get out what remains in this bin, combine them with the other bin project that I was working on, because they throw out both light and dark. I proved that out, and completely throw out all this substrate because it's just Pyralis. I don't even know how they got in here because this is I meshed this bin up already, but one must have flown in while I was doing maintenance on them and then just colonized that bin. So that's annoying, but I shall be more careful once I refresh this bin. These are my Archimandrita Marmorata, the old, well, CF Marmorata, or whatever. Old peppered roaches, a couple dead ones. These guys, I mean, massive. Heckin' chunky. Heckin' chunky. Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, these guys breed very sporadically for me. Got a bunch of gravid looking females. None of them are wanting to give birth. I don't know if they like it more humid or more dry. I was keeping them drier, and I don't think they've been breeding much, so now I'm going to keep them more humid again and see what that does. If anything. Boop. Get that off. Press this down. I also wonder if these have contracted serratio or not. Some of them kind of look it, but only as adults. I think they're just kind of variably patterned. Lucius. Enhancing fish pellets. Yep. I use the color enhancing pellets for the lemon blues. And yeah, I hate the moths, man. I hate the moths. But like I said earlier in the stream, one of my friends, Brandon Maines, he has some parasitic wasps that have popped up in his collection that took care of his Pyralis and Pyralis farinalis. And he just had Pyralis pop up in another couple of his bins, and those wasps have started popping up again. So I told him to grab some when he can and send them to me so I can use them in my collection and hopefully wipe out my Pyralis. This is my Nocticola Vegas bin, the Malaysia strain, pure colony of those. These, I forgot to show off my Eupolyphagus sinensis, not wide-eye, these are just the normals. Chinese medicine roaches. Porcellio scaber bin, just normal wild type Porcellio scaber from Washington. Just revamped this colony the other day, along with these Hemi-leopistus bruneri, true bruneri. I don't think they've bred yet, but again, I think the air humidity was too low, and I just greatly restricted the ventilation, so hopefully that induces birth. Oh, and it may have, because look at that. Baby Hemi-leopistus bruneri. Let's go. Awesome. That's the first time I see babies released. Awesome. On stream. On stream. Oh, there's lots of them. Oh, yes. Nice. Okay, yes, and I guess they just wanted lower. Oh my gosh, yeah. Wow, look at all those babies. Holy crap. A lot of little babies. Alan, are you still here? Look at them. Baby bruneri. I did it. Heck yeah. Tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Wow, there's a decent bit of them. Man, she gave birth to a bunch. Yikes. Awesome. Yeah, so I guess they do want high air humidity in addition to a, decently humid substrate. Yeah, I had them much more ventilated, and I think that was throwing them off. So they want that high air humidity and decent substrate moisture. Sweet. So yeah, low vent is the way to go. Heck yeah. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Those are, of all the roaches that have entered the hobby from Puerto Rico recently, those Hemi-leopistus bruneri from Manatee have got to be my favorite. So pretty, so colorful. I would love to get the other Hemi-leopistus too. There's another one, darker strain, that entered the hobby recently. And hopefully they'll start breeding for people too, so I can get them. But these are the Blaberus marijoera. Really cute species. Colorful, very variable in coloration. These guys taking off for me. Really doing quite well. Old dead adults in there. I'll give them a little bit more dog food. Nice try. Nice try, buddy. Nice, fingers crossed. Figured they'd given birth by now. Yeah. So, heck yeah. Hopefully that female lives longer and gives birth to more birds too. That'd be great. Okay. Those back. My Paraplaneta americana venoms. No adults in here right now, but lots and lots of nymphs. I mean, so many. Yeah, I'll miss them a little bit. Episymplosidaica. These guys, neat little small species, I think have some good feeder potential. A lot of these smaller roach species are really slept on. It's sad to see. Like these Pycnocellus rufa, also an uncommonly cultured species. Not because they're difficult, just because they're, people don't want to. These are colorful though. The males are really nice. But I think most of mine are nymphs right now. But still. Slept on, underrated Pycnocellus species. And definitely one of the prettier Pycnocellus in my opinion. Nocticola Vegas from Vienna Zoo. Just keep these. These are my university parks in small screw top lids with micro mesh. So nothing else can get in. No other Nocticola strains. Specifically the Malaysians, which are in so many of my other bins. So Gotta keep the lines separate. Alright, we got Stignoma big pine key. Not Stignoma, I keep saying Stignoma. Neoscotomelon spinifer. New genus, Hudis. I don't even know if it's a new genus, I just know they got moved to it. New combination. And spinifer, not spiniferum. Such aura loss, I think, from this new name change. Stignoma spiniferum is such a cooler name. Neoscotomelon spinifer. Lame name. Right, these are my Cherinus acosta. One of them is on the side. Don't do that. She carrying babies? No, just really fat. These are the, well, we'll see if I can show some off here. I feel more confident lifting that one up. My micro whip spiders. There's a little fresh baby there. And an adult. Super cool. Love these guys. Definitely one of my favorites that I work with, just because they're so dang unique. Be real careful when putting that bark down. I don't smash any. I did smash one last year, like the summer. I dropped one of these pieces of bark and impaled a female that was carrying eggs, and that was like so painful. So painful. But they're doing fine. I have a bunch of them. Some of my captive produced babies from last generation are producing babies of their own, so they're doing well. But that was definitely a gut punch mistake. I mean, it's gonna happen, you know, they're so small. You're gonna accidentally smash things while keeping bugs, but she was on eggs too. That was so painful. But oh well. I've recovered, and so has the colony from that error. But yeah. My Crespicina japonica, ex-Paraplaneta japonica. I don't know what's going on with these guys. They're like really stalling. Most of them are males. There's only a couple females in here. They're not making any babies. Don't know what's going on with those. Marva Porcellio. Little micro earwig species. Most of them are buried. Not very surface active. Then we have Euborelia cincticollis from St. George, Utah. Little earwig species. Which I had cincticollis. I received some recently from Kyle from Jameson, Alabama, but then they like immediately succumbed to entomophagus fungus, which I think they just have in Kyle's colony, but are not dying off in his care because he keeps them drier. But as soon as I kept them more humid, all dead. Which these St. George ones had entomophagus fungus at one point, but I was able to salvage some healthy ones and start a new colony, and they're all cured now. They definitely don't mind being kept more humid. I keep mine pretty moist, but if they have an entomophagus fungus in their system, they will definitely die faster if kept more humid. So I think that's what happened with the ones I got from Kyle. So I'm probably not even going to bother getting those again from him, because one cincticollis strain's enough. These are Paralabella curvicaudiens, I think is the species name. Can't even see them. Alright. Micro earwigs. So small. Really cute. Love these guys. They're very prolific, very hardy. Been doing well. This old peanut butter jar quite a while now. And just chowing on dog food. But yeah, super cute. Love them. Venezuela-pisum in here. Small U.S. native roly-poly species. Let's see if I can show those off. Very cute, very dry, very gray, dark gray, solid gray color. Super cool. Hands getting a little shaky. I think my blood sugar is getting low. My type 1 diabetes is calling me. I must eat. I'm so close. I'm just gonna finish maintenance and then I'll eat. Get some food here. But these three are it. These three setups right here. That's it. That's all I got left. So we got my Pycnocelis nigra. The shadow roaches. Beautiful, beautiful species. Jet black. So cool. One of them fell onto their lid and one onto the floor. Now they're back in their bin. Alright, give them some dog food and a little bit of apple. Well, a lot of bit of apple because I don't feel like leaving this out. So, and that's the only thing that's going to eat it of these. Nocticola Species University Park. A lot of them in there. Started dirtying up the sides, and so now they can kind of climb up a little bit. But it's a-okay. Screw top lid, micro mesh ventilation. They ain't getting in. Nothing's getting in, and they ain't getting out. And lastly, my lawn shrimp. These fish food pellets. They prefer those. Just a sprinkling. Spray them. Yeah, those guys are so photosensitive. I don't think I could get good video of those without really digging in there. Alright, let's put these all back. But, that's gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna put these containers away, and then I'll just read the chat real quick, see if there are any questions I missed. And then I will be getting on my way. But huge thanks to everyone who participated and watched the stream. I appreciate it. Enjoy having company while doing this. And might stream again tomorrow, because again I got another shelf to get through tomorrow. So we'll see about that. Everybody is situated. Alright. Let me see real quick. The chat. Any beetles, or did I miss them? At the very beginning of the stream, I did take care of my Princessia, but I think that's about it for beetles. I have infinite water. I only refilled the water once today, actually. But yeah, it's a 2-gallon pump sprayer, so, and it's almost empty. So yeah, about like 3.5 gallons of water today, basically. Not bad, not bad. Tell me when I have any broods for sale. I assume of the Chirinus. Should have some available pretty soon, and there definitely might be one on Kyle's Bugapalooza, because he's let me put some stuff up there, so keep an eye on that for sure. Be in those 24 hours, please. Good night. Good night, Alan. Thank you, Jilly Bean, the first. Thank you, Frank the Tank. And Renitomaya G. Willikers. Thank you as well for watching. Appreciate everyone hopping in, and might stream again tomorrow, but if not, I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Good night. I don't actually know how to end the stream.